Hi, welcome to our Seven Figures Success Secret Summit. I'm so thrilled for you to be here. It is about helping the retail business owners or any business owners because a lot of the skills and knowledge that we use for business can go to any of the different groups. So if you're not a retail business owner, but you happen to come here, there is a lot of value to take from the different speakers that are speaking. And even if you just grab one or two takeaways, that's more. And if you can implement it into your business, so the goal for all my speakers today that you'll get an opportunity to meet is to provide you with some information, some valuable ways of being able to help support yourself and give you the action you need to start to grow your business or to start to help support it or think about things in a different light. So the first person that I have with us right now is Todd Zimmerman. He is one of our visionary entrepreneurs. He created the Oliver the Christmas ornament with 7 award-winning stories and tales to go with it for Christmas ornaments. And not only did he create this and do the books, he also marketed himself into retailers. So he had to learn a lot of skills when it came to marketing. He had to learn how to get past some gatekeepers, how to get the people that we need to talk to interested. So he's going to share that expert knowledge with us today. So thank you again, Todd, for joining us and sharing your knowledge.
Thanks so
How
much.
are you today? All right. So do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. So you started off with the Oliver the Ornament. That's actually the kind of the second half of my career. The first half, I was employed by the largest magazine publishing company in America. So I worked there for 20 years. And in those roles, I worked with some of the largest marketers in America, developing comprehensive advertising and marketing strategies for these companies. So I worked with clients like Coca-Cola and Procter and Gamble and 3M, some really big companies, working with them on what their objectives were to grow their business and how the different assets that we had at Time Inc. could help them fulfill their objectives and their strategies. So it was a fantastic opening for me. My degree is in marketing, so being able to work on these marketing strategies and advertising campaigns was right in my wheelhouse of what I had gone to school for. And then to be able to execute those were really exciting. So I left there after 20 years and started a consulting business. And in the midst of starting my consulting business, I came up with this idea about an ornament that gets left behind in the attic. And having this experience with marketing, I knew this was the idea. I just felt it was a really good idea. There'd never been a story about Christmas story about ornaments coming to life before. There'd never been a series of children's books. So I wrote the book, and for the last 10 years, I have been marketing and focused entirely on marketing this business to retailers and also to direct to consumers.
Nice. That sounds amazing. Um, I know you said that you were in like marketing, like with the publishing for the last 20 years, and you've done marketing for schooling, which is pretty cool. How have you noticed the difference between marketing from when you first started to what it's like now,
Oh my
especially with online?
Oh my gosh. I don't know that we have enough time. It was so much easier then. It was so much easier then. You took out a page of advertising in Fortune magazine or Money magazine or People magazine, and people bought things. You pick up a copy of Fortune magazine now, there are no ads. There was no such thing as influencers. There was no social media. There was no email marketing. So everything has gone digital. Everything is so much more personalized. You have a thought in your mind about going to vacation in Tampa, Florida, and all of a sudden the next day you're served an ad for, a vacation in Tampa, Florida, and you haven't even mentioned it. So it's completely different, which makes it so much more stressful, but it also provides for great opportunities for marketers as well.
Awesome. And what do you think some of those opportunities are for marketers?
Well, I think, you can be really unique. Like a lot of my stores, they do Facebook Live, for example. So, so now instead of this boutique being just located in one city, this boutique is now nationwide. So you can have, a mom and pop retailer that develops a following across the country. That's something that wasn't even fathomable, 10 years ago. And so there's just new opportunities out there that are really fantastic for retailers and for all of us as marketers.
Yeah, that's really interesting going from local to national just because you're harnessing social media. Do you have any tips for people that start like that might want to start, like if they are still just in that brick and mortar place and they haven't ventured online yet? What would be one of the easiest things that they could start doing to get that traction?
I think the first thing is do Facebook Live. I think Facebook Lives, that's putting a personality with your store. It's also building your following. The initial followers that are following you are, for if you're, say, a retailer is in Wilmette, Illinois, the majority of those followers for that particular store are going to be local to that store. But as you can grow that, and as those people who are following you see a live video, and video content is so engaging on social media. It's the best, it's the best form of content to share. Having all of that information, or sharing that information out there, you can just grow and grow and grow, organically, not, just by, you can share my post and then you share my post with your group of friends. And all of a sudden your group of friends, there's 20 moms on it. They see, oh, this would be a great book for my kids. And then they share it with their friends and so on and so forth. So, but you have to be very consistent with it as well. You have to be very, very consistent with what you're doing on social media to make an impact. And it can be, really, burdensome.
Yeah. And what would consistency look like? Because I know some people they're very set on structure of certain times. Other people are just that it's being completed on a regular basis. What does that look like for when you're helping people with the marketing?
I think if you ask 10 people, you'll get 10 different answers. I think, but the general rule of thumb is you want to be, if you're on a platform, you want to be there every day. You want to be there with something new every day. And have something new, have something fresh. The one thing, there's so many platforms out there, which, these retailers, they have so many things going on. Number one, it's hard to find help right now. That's the reality of the retail business because, young kids don't work anymore, so teenagers don't work anymore. A lot of them don't. So that was a big talent pool. That's a big missing talent pool. So retailers have more and more on their plate that they have to do. So with so many platforms out there, what I always suggested is, start if you're just getting in it, start with one and own that. Then add to that and own that. Don't go on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and do, a partial job with each. Instead, go on one and master that. Get it down, then use that learning and go into another platform.
Yes, that makes sense to be able to own it and then build that following and audience. All right. What do you think are some other challenges for retailers when it comes to marketing in today's world?
One of the biggest challenges that my retailers constantly have, that they constantly bring up to me, is they'll be in a store, a customer will be looking at a product and they're interested in the product, and then they'll pull it up on their phone and they'll see it on Amazon. They see the product at that store in Wilmette and they'll buy it on Amazon, which is so annoying because, they're getting the store in Wilmette is the store that, brought it to their attention. But, so that's one challenge. But, I know a lot of retailers are really afraid of Amazon. And I kind of look at it as in a different way. Yes, that's certainly annoying to have a customer come into your brick and mortar store and end up making that purchase on Amazon. Of course, that's way, way annoying. But the people who buy on Amazon, with that, let's take that example out of the equation. People who buy on Amazon, only 30% of people who buy on Amazon buy because it's cheaper. That's the number one reason people buy on Amazon is convenience, is because it's so easy. It comes right to their front door. So I think, because retailers have so many challenges, it's like really kind of what I think is so imperative is find out what that competitive advantage is at your store. What makes the experience unique to your store so that when that customer walks in, they're going to feel special. They're going to feel something different. You can't get that. You ask people what they think of Amazon, what are they going to say? Oh, it's convenient. It's great. It's easy. It's all that. They won't say, oh my gosh, it's just such a wonderful experience. It's just that's this spirit or that feeling that you get when you go into this really great store where they know your name and they know what you like and they know your family. You just can't put a price tag on that. And working with so many mom and pop retailers and doing so many events with them, I've seen, where customers walk in and they know them by the first name. And, so that really, that differentiation is something that far outweighs any, competitive advantage that Amazon might have on convenience.
I definitely agree with that. It really is about the feeling and having that opportunity of being in person because Amazon, it is such a big corporation that it's very hard for them to know people by name and they don't interact that way. So,
Right.
um, being able to have retailers really dig into who they are and that feeling that they want to give the customers when they walk in and knowing their names is very incredible. Um,
I had a retailer last year. I was doing a book signing right before Thanksgiving, and I had a retailer that said we sell the entire collection of all 7 books and 14 ornaments as a package, as a bundled deal, and we offer a really great deal on it. And I had one retailer call up 8 of her customers who were grandmothers, called them up personally, said, you need to come in this afternoon and you need to check this collection out. We sold 8 collections for 310 collections. There was 8 customers. Two of them bought 2. We had $3,500 in sales in one afternoon at this small little retailer in Louisville, Kentucky. So going that extra step of the mile. Now you're not going to call a retailer up, you call a customer up for something that's $30, but when you've got something that's really unique to them and something special, that's that little extra added touch that that those grandmothers now feel towards that store.
yeah, absolutely. They got the opportunity to have it signed for the books and
That,
a
that
great
too,
experience.
but more so, I'm not. I mean, the signed copy is nice, but the fact that this store owner took the time to call them up, they felt special about that. That was what really, my name doesn't mean anything to them. They don't see it. They see that store name, every day when they drive by it. So they have that good, strong feeling about that store now. And they always did, I'm sure, before. Now, so even more so.
Yes, absolutely. Relationships are always the most important part. And very often it is the staff inside that are the ones that are interacting. And when the owners do go above and beyond, it makes it a lot better and people remember and then they tell their friends about it later. So it's incredible when people can bring that personal touch into their stores to be able to grow their sales. Um, so what is any specific tools that retailers can use that would help with their marketing efforts?
Yeah, there is some. There's one. It's a platform called Hootsuite. Hootsuite enables you to schedule all of your social media posts in one place. So you can connect Hootsuite to your Instagram, to your Twitter, to your Facebook, to all the platforms. You go in one place and schedule it. So that's a really useful tool. it's kind of like pulling that Band-Aid off. And, it's like, you hate to do it, but it's such a good feeling when it's done. So you go to Hootsuite once a month, you spend 2 or 3 hours, you create all the posts, and you're done for the month. There's some email marketing tools that you can use that many of the retailers are probably already using. One is MailChimp, one is Klaviyo. Those are really useful tools that can help, just make sure that the email doesn't go into the junk spam, and organize it, and you can schedule the campaigns. You can schedule all those campaigns. So those are 2 tools that I think are very useful. There's also there's a resource called Fiverr, and I use this a lot. I don't know if you're familiar with Fiverr, but Fiverr is a fantastic tool. If a lot of the retailers, vast majority are mom and pop. They're small little boutiques that, they can't hire, they can't afford an expensive graphic designer to do this flyer or do that flyer. So you can go on Fiverr and you can pay like $10 to have a flyer made. So that's a really useful tool to, for marketing as well.
Yeah, I like that idea because a lot of mom and pops, like most of the owners, are kind of doing a lot of the different activities in there, whether it's the payroll, the scheduling, the making sure that all the inventory is ordered, ordering it, any of the complaints and issues. So anything that makes the job easier to take it off their plate, especially when it comes to marketing, because
Yeah.
marketing alone can be a skill set, as you mentioned. Like you went to school for it, you had 20 years experience, plus then you went into your own entrepreneur and ventureship. So I kind of want to talk a little bit about that part of it. Like, where did you come up with the idea for Oliver for your ornament?
It's kind of a funny story. So I was decorating a Christmas tree 11 years ago, and I was hanging the last of 200 ornaments on the tree. And someone said to me, "You don't have to hang every ornament on the tree." And I thought, well, thanks for telling me now that I've hung 199. And I replied, I said, "What am I going to do with this one? Put him in the attic where he's going to miss out on all the fun this Christmas. And then all the other ornaments are going to go back into the attic in January and make fun of him." And then the light went off in my mind. A story about an ornament that gets left behind in the attic. My wheels were spinning for the next 2-3 days. I woke up on Christmas morning at my parents' home, and it was 4 o'clock, and I wrote the story. And then for the next year and a half, I developed a business plan. I didn't release the book for a year and a half. Then once I released the book, well, upon the release of the book, then I had to develop a marketing strategy to attract retailers, but also a marketing strategy to go direct to consumer.
Mm-hmm. All right. And obviously, those are completely different for the marketing strategies. Do you have anything to share for either or? Like, if some retailers do want to work with other retailers, or more focused on the consumer side, because a lot of the retail people, owners, do need to go and market to consumers.
Well, the one thing I wanted to do is because my books are in about 500 stores nationwide, and the one thing so that's not a ton of stores. So if I don't have a store in Tulsa and somebody finds out about Oliver the Ornament, I want them to have the opportunity to buy it. So I didn't want to be a competitor with my retailers. I wanted to be complementary to my retailers. So the first thing I did when developing the strategy for retailers is I developed a completely comprehensive marketing support plan for the retailers. So we have an area on our website where it's called retailer resources. Everything they need to succeed at selling our line of products is provided to them. So we provide them all the social media posts. We provide them video. We provide them point of sale material. We provide them training modules. We provide them everything that they could possibly utilize. And we've gotten such great feedback on these tools from the retailers that many of them have now gone to other vendors and said, "Hey, you need to create this for us as well." And, for vendors who are smaller, we're thrilled to be in a retailer. We're thrilled to be able to supply this support for them because we want them to succeed. Selling a retailer is not, selling to a consumer for my business is a success. Selling to a retailer is not a success. Selling to a retailer, then they have to sell it to their customer. That's when the success for my business comes in to a retailer,
Mhm.
because I don't succeed unless they've sold the product.
That makes sense. Yeah. And I know sometimes depending on how the retailers merchandise that product and stuff. So I think that's incredible that you offer the materials, the training, and like that point of sale and the videos, because it really does make it a lot easier. And because obviously the easier something is, the easier it is to execute and less complication for them to be able to do that. So what made you come up with that idea? Was that more from your background or was it that?
Well, you know what it was I again, my with my background being in marketing, I realized that the biggest challenge I have with my business is brand awareness. When people find out about Oliver the Ornament, they fall in love with it. And then they either buy it kind of as, depending upon the age of the child, they buy it either as an annuity where they buy one book and the ornament every single year and they add to it as kind of a tradition, or they buy the entire collection and read the entire collection throughout the holidays. Whatever that case, I knew that, I needed to be able to support those marketing efforts. So that's why I wanted to provide all my retailers with as many tools as possible. But a lot of it too is I've learned from having been in so many retailers. I've seen what different retailers have done. For example, one retailer kept reordering and reordering and reordering. I'm like, what are you doing, Terry? What are you doing that you're having so much success? And she said, I had my 5 ladies who work at the store all read all 7 books. And last Christmas, they sold, I think, $15,000 worth of product. They're
Nice.
a tiny little store in North Carolina. So, there's different tools that you use. And, I think retailers, when they look at their product lineup, they go to all these big gift shows, and these gift shows are like incredible. There's 50 floors of, everything that nobody really needs in life, in these showrooms. And, I think products can be divided up into kind of 2 categories. One product that sells itself, that's a gift towel with a cute line on it, or a nice scented candle, or, a blanket. You don't need a salesperson to sell that. You walk in there and you see it and you like it. Then there's products like mine that need a little TLC, that need some explanation. So if a retailer is going to take on the fun of selling a line like this, there's a little bit extra work. So that's why we wanted to provide it. And we encourage, I talk to many, many vendors, and I ask them, what kind of support do you provide your retailers? What kind of support do you provide your retailers? And that is something just critically important to my business.
That makes sense. And what is some of that support that they've said? Was it anything really surprising, or is that where you came up with the gap? Because I know you did mention that you offer all the videos and then you've had retailers go to other vendors requesting the same information.
I've had at least 50 retailers say they don't have another manufacturer that provides the type of marketing support that we do. But again, that's my background. So, so that's my background. So when I'm thinking about, I have kind of a unique skill set in that, I wrote a book, and most authors aren't necessarily business people. I was a business person first that happened to write a book. And once the writing of the books was done, then I went into my marketing mode again. So I'm a little bit of a hybrid and little kind of an outlier on what I think a typical author would, how they would operate.
And you found that helped you with more of the success that you had?
Absolutely. 100%. We create events. We have a program called Oliver's Day of Kindness. We have a school program. We have school outreach for public schools and for Christian schools. So we have just like an entire lineup that, stores look at, and they're like, oh my gosh, this line is so much fun. You've got everything, figured out. But that's why, retailers can use that. And I don't want to spend too much time talking about my books, but retailers can use those tools and then again go to different manufacturers and say, hey, listen, you know what? I placed a $50,000 order with you. Can you provide me 30 emails or 30 social media posts? Give me images and give me 30 social media posts. Ask your manufacturers to do that work for you. They should do that.
Mhm.
And that takes something off the retailer.
Yeah, because I know, for manufacturers, vendors, I mean, the retailers are the customers. I know you said the success comes when the retailers can sell to their customers, but at the same time, we wanna make sure, like, the retailers are the customers too that you need to be able to support, so that's
Absolutely.
good to make sure.
Absolutely.
All right. So, I was checking through. I haven't seen any questions or comments coming in, but did you have anything that you like, any final thoughts for the retailers? Be able to help support them?
I think the main thing in today's world is just find your voice. Whatever that voice is of your store, amplify that. And beat your chest with that, because that comes through in the customer service, that comes through in the experience that that the person has, that comes through in social media. I'll share one story that I think is really really meaningful. And one of my stores, really really special store. It's a garden center. It's a wonderful experience. The buyer told me a story that several years ago, a woman came in asking who was in charge of doing all the buying and doing all the merchandising in the store, and they pointed to John. And the woman asked them if he could come out, and she wanted to talk to him. And she went up to him and she said, I have been coming. She said 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And through some of my darkest moments, when I was going through chemotherapy and radiation, I would come in here because this store is so beautiful, and it was my peaceful place. And it was a place where I could get grounded again, and I felt happy. And she went on to say, she said, today I went to my oncologist and I'm cancer free. And she said, I wanted you to be the second person that I told. My husband was the first. So that's what and I tell that story, I get emotional because it's such a, it's a true story, and it's just such a wonderful story. But that's the impact that we can all have on, that retailers can have,
Mhm.
on a customer without even knowing it. So, that to me, that's one of the most wonderful stories that I've ever, I've ever heard.
Yeah, that is incredible. And like I said, a lot of people, they don't tell you. So when the customers come in, they don't necessarily say how they're feeling until something bad happens or something really good happens, or you just happen to have someone that's like, wow, this is incredible. So it's very nice to have that opportunity in that moment and to know that it is related to the merchandising, which I believe is a big tie into marketing, right? Because it's the
Yeah.
individual marketing for the products in the stores and about being pretty seen. And I think that's incredible.
Well, and
Um,
remember, a customer is 11 times more likely to tell friends and family about a bad experience than they are about a good experience. So you think
mhm.
about that. It's unfortunate, but that's just human nature. And
Yeah,
so you try to make every interaction as, wonderful and as special as you possibly can.
definitely, which is good. So I know you also mentioned that you do have your books that go into retailers for your collection, as well as just having like a website. You mentioned that retailer resources. So if you want to be able to share your link, I'll put it into the group. We can share it into the comments later. But if you want to let people know how they can get in touch with you, if they are retailers, how they could possibly get the books in place, because any retailer knows now they're buying for Christmas,
They
right?
are.
So it's within a month or so they're getting ready for that,
Yeah.
to make sure they have that opportunity.
So they can reach me. If we can put my email in the notes as well. But my email is tmz at olivertheornament.com, and they can just send me an email, and we can get them all the necessary information.
Perfect. And are
And
they
the
able to reach out
website,
to you about
and the
I'm sorry?
website is olivertheornament.com.
Oliver the Ornament?
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm sure a lot of people would be interested in checking it out to find out more details. And if they had any marketing questions, like, would they be able to contact and speak to you as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm happy to share any insight that I might be able to share.
Awesome, perfect. Anything else that you wanted to share that we didn't quite touch on or
I think I just appreciate the opportunity to share what, kind of what I've learned, applying it to Fortune 500 companies and now helping, small businesses, in the same thing. It's a lot of times the same challenge. The difference is that, small business doesn't have that big business budget.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. And then the smaller mistakes or the sales can make a bigger difference
You're
for
right.
the mom and pops,
Yeah.
especially if it's the wrong sale that's done. So, I know Liam did have a question. He asked, when do you normally do your lives? So, like you talked about for most retailers and people for marketing to do Facebook lives, is there a certain time that you do them? So if people wanted to listen to you and learn from your knowledge.
So I don't personally I don't do lives. The retailers, I do lives during the holiday season. Then I do. The best time to do lives is after the dinner hour. You don't want to do it at 5 o'clock Central, or you want to do it like 7 o'clock. Like early evening is typically the best time to be doing lives. But
Perfect.
the other thing, if you're selling, and there's two different types of lives. There's the
Mhm.
selling lives where you're actually selling product and people go on Facebook. There's an app called Comment Sold, that people can they can make the purchase right there on Facebook during the live. Or there's the live that is what I do, which is explanatory, where they get to know the author. And I have stores that do both.
Awesome. Yeah, that makes sense. And it does. Like you very bit, like you can't sell a product if you don't sell it, and educating and giving them that information helps them learn more and grow and have that branding voice. So,
Well, and some of them, like I've got one retailer where she does Bonnie's picks. So every week she does her five favorite products. So she just and now her audience has grown and grown and grown, and they know the five. She's going to feature five products, and it's Bonnie's picks, and she talks about them. And she goes on for like a half hour, and she just talks about each of the products.
it's a really good idea. And because again, it's learning more about Bonnie, it's learning about her brand voicing and then just finding stuff that people resonate with and be able to share. Because a lot of times, I like the retailers that have that treasure like find, like you walk in not expecting something and then you're just amazed when you find it. So it's one of the cool ways of being able to share that to people online.
Well, I think that's a really good point, because when you're talking about these mom and pop retailers, that's really what differentiates them from a big box retailer. You go into a Target, or a Walmart, or it's all the same product. It's
Mhm.
identical product. You go into a small garden center or a gift boutique or a toy store, you're going to find things, because those people go and they buy in these gift shops, at these gift shows, really tactically.
Yes, and it's interesting, I guess because like, that kinda looks at, like, that Fortune 500 you said, and then the smaller stores, because the Fortune 500, it's, like, one person in a head office that's trying to make everything the same for all the stores, and that's where all that same product is, and they're really more focused on the bigger like, their competition, like Target, Walmart, whichever it is, so, I mean, it makes a big difference, whereas the mom and pops are like, "Let me just find something special, unique, and fun," and just kinda have,
Right,
um,
and they're thinking,
that enjoyment
how
for
am
it.
I going to merchandise this candle with this dish towel and this whatever home decor item it is, and the big boxes, they all have their floor plans. There is no,
Mhm.
there's creativity, of course. There's tons of creativity on a much larger scale.
Yes,
But if you go
definitely.
into a Macy's, in Chicago, and a Macy's in Milwaukee, it's going to be pretty much the exact same shopping experience.
Mhm. Yep. And it's one of those things then where you're wondering, like, if it's good that it's the same experience or what the retailer can do to own it and make it their own, like you said, have that the story for their own specific store and just kind of have that unique feeling. So they'll know that they're not walking into the same store. It does have that little bit of difference to
Well,
it.
there's a place for both, of course, but there's something just unique about, the mom and pops. There's something obviously very special about them.
Definitely. All right. So thank you so much. I do have Delisa here. She's going to be ready for our next one. So I appreciate you again taking your time to share with us. And I will share into the comments as well as on the site and in the email, your website to be able to have people reach out to you.
Thanks so much and have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Bye
Okay,
bye.
bye. All right. Hi, Delisa. How are you? Oh, let me see. 1 second. Let me remove. We'll throw yours on. Perfect. All right. So, Delisa, she is here and she's going to be talking about 5 essential habits for entrepreneurs must master for unstoppable record-breaking year. And this is actually her second year doing this summit with me. I'm very grateful that she decided to join us again. She is a leadership coach and she's been helping entrepreneurs, especially for women entrepreneurs, to be able to help support them. And she's got a lot of activities going on, a lot of networking and connections. And I was able to see her event on Sunday. I got a chance to visit, like, go online. She set it up to be able to have my access to it. And I got an opportunity to learn quite a bit of stuff to help support me in my business. So, all right. Thank you.
Yes, 100%. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm actually excited to be here for um, year two. And, I would have liked for us to just been like supercharged it even more. I think more and more people need to know about what you're doing here. That's just me personally. But yeah, I'm
Awesome. Thank
biased.
you.
Yeah.
I like that bias. It's all good.
Okay, great, 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 great.
Perfect. All right. So, do you want to tell us a little bit about, like, a bit more about your background so that anyone who hasn't met you before gets an opportunity to know who you are?
Absolutely. So my name is Delisa Abraham, as Fiona says. I'm co-founder of Faith and Sparkles World. I'm a biz strategist and leadership coach, as she mentioned, and I'm on the board of several organizations, vice chair. And what else do I do? Yeah, and I love networking and I love working with people and supporting other entrepreneurs, especially female entrepreneurs, so that we can all thrive together. Is it possible? Yes. Is it going to be easy? No.
Absolutely. All right. And I'm grateful that you're here to help talk to business owners as well to be able to kind of set them up. So whether retail business is still entrepreneurs, especially when you own the mom and pop shops, or if you're like owning the individual store and I know managing in a corporation and then knowing that you own it does make that different mindset, and it does make a difference in the sales for the businesses and stuff. So I know you mentioned that you had a blueprint that you were going to share today.
Absolutely.
So
Well, yeah, at the end of it, they are able to download the blueprint and it goes into detail about the different quarters. And I just wanted to share, although for entrepreneurs, you might think this is only for entrepreneurs. If you're in your 9 to 5, you can actually use these same principles and these same habits for your workspace. Perhaps you're in social impact, perhaps you're in social services, perhaps you're selling a product, whatever it is, or maybe even thinking about a business. And these are the habits that you want to help build your character, because it's all about the character building piece. And once you have that, then it just becomes so natural for you. I use my hands a lot, so you're going to see a lot of hand movements.
I do that very often too. That's totally okay. That's why I'm usually from the shoulders up.
Yeah,
So, all right. And what is I know you work with leadership and helping people with that part of it, and you mentioned about the characteristics and the characters. What is something that's really predominant when it comes to the people that you have found that is interested in embracing this life and the businesses?
well, at first, sometimes people think it's easy, and then they realize, well, it's hard. And then the second thing is understanding what is a strategy just going to work, because it's never a one size fits all. And you share this a lot on your platform, Fiona. Nothing is ever one size fits all. What's going to work for, we could have two people doing the exact same process and they will get different results. Exact same process, exact same strategy, methodology, but they're in different areas in seasons of their life. So there's that aspect. And so I would say the blueprint that I have, because it's broken down into quarters. So I used it similar to business, like quarter one, quarter two. It gives you more of a like that guideline, so you will know, okay, I'm going to be focusing on this. So by the time you get to the second quarter, you don't stop. It's a continuation. So you're just building upon. It's like compounded interest. So compound your habits,
Mm,
or as in Atomic Habits. In that book, they talk about like habit stacking, which we learned about on Sunday. Mhm.
yes, and that was awesome. Yeah, and like would put the drink with the coffee or to be able
Yeah,
to do the journaling and everything.
yeah,
So
yeah,
that is awesome. And Um,
yeah,
what is like I love that you said compound because I mean obviously I know a lot of the people too that I've talked to are in the financing and the people that are watching. So compound interest is a big thing, right? Like it's small little
yeah.
habits that grow really big and it does. And what works one way for one thing always often works another way for something different. So like that's related to the habits.
Yes, of course, of course. And I'm just going to get right into it. I know I don't have much time. So, the first quarter is for this time of year, for the first 3 months, you want to start redefining or refining your vision. You want to focus on your strategic reinvention and innovation. Some people may think, well, that means I'm changing things around. No, it doesn't. You have the vision. The thing is, when we first get our vision a year ago, 2 years ago, last night, whenever, the next day things evolve. As we start learning and growing,
Mhm.
things evolve. As we're working in teams, things evolve, right? You're dealing with all these different um, people, and you're more insights, more revelations, more understanding. And that's a key, more understanding. And when you have the understanding, now your vision can be more refined, and now you can find your people. And I want everyone to know, like, if you look at big businesses, that's what they do. They are always marketing. Somebody walks through that door, there's a ding, so they know specifically how many people walk through that door. They know who is buying. They know roughly what age range they're doing it, right? So they're always continuously every year refining their vision. And we need to do that too, so we can get better at solving problems. We could get better at serving our people, our person, whoever our person is. And that's one of the things. And so an actionable step for that would be more so, it'll say like conduct a massive market analysis. But you're thinking to yourself, but I can't do that. I don't have the budget at this time. Really, it's looking at all of your analytics. You got to look at your numbers. You got to look at your numbers on your website. If you don't have a website, on your social media channels, you got to see what's the engagement rate, what's working, why it's not working. And then that helps you to take the data plus you and your value, plus um, your understanding and your knowledge and your expertise and all of those things together, plus other factors to equal your success, to equal your thriving. So it's a mathematical equation essentially. Something plus something plus something equals success or thriving or whatever you want it to equal to. But you have to know the formula first to be able to get the results.
Yeah, that makes sense, and I like how you said just knowing the data. I mean, I know a lot of platforms as well creates that space for analytics. If people have professional dashboards for Facebook, for example, and they're able to find their engagement, they can go back to review what is working and what isn't working. And I also like that you touched on values and how important that is for a business.
Yeah.
So, did you want to expand on that part a little bit?
Yes, of course. Your value is, I mean, your value is key. If you don't have value in this, um, over riddled environment, it's people wouldn't see the value, right? And your people wouldn't be able to find you. And that's one of the things. And this is why you need the data, and this is why you need to refine your vision. And that helps your people to find you. When your people now find you, they may not buy right away, but they're saying, oh, this person has value. Now they're checking you out, right? They start snooping or creeping. I don't know if they use those words anymore, but they did back in my time. And they'll say, okay, wow, I really like this value. Thank you for giving me this value. And so now they will either sign up to your email list. That's an ROI that you're looking at. They might sign up to your Facebook group. That's an ROI that you're looking at. And these things, they compound, and they will give you the results. So the value that you're producing is not necessarily because you want that ROI. It will just, the ROI will happen. The value you're producing is because you have to give value. You need to show how you are different from the same person that's beside you that's doing maybe something similar. But the thing is, they don't have your experience. Back to what we said a few minutes ago, two people, same formula, but because they're having different experiences, they will have a different results because they're in different spaces and places in their lives.
Yeah, that makes sense. And like the personality and the way they perceive stuff or the way they communicate. Like, I know I talked to one of my staff and I mentioned the words, like very often it could be the words that we're saying that makes a difference and lands differently for different people.
Mm,
So that's
yeah,
just pretty cool.
100%, 100%. And then the second thing that I would, in terms of the habits and what we need to do, is looking at the foundation. What foundation are you standing on, and how to optimize the operations and processes? Now, last year when I spoke with Fiona, one of the things I spoke about, I don't know if she still has this, was like in 24 hours. How can you do something in 24 hours? What do you need to do? And she thought that was so interesting. And I still do this today because you have to, right? It's learning how to activate your spirit at the same time. So your prayer, your meditation, all these other things that you're doing to grow your spirit man, your spirit woman, spirit person, I don't know what you want to call them. That helps you, right? So now things are working for you. And some people are like, well, then, your aura, you're reaching, you become more magnetic, you become more attractive, and things seems to naturally follow you, right? And so that's how this is how you can do work in 24 hours and make it more effortless while still getting rest. So that's part of the strengthening of the foundation. And
Awesome.
that helps you with optimizing your operations and processes. And the reason why that does that is because once you have a strong foundation, then you know, okay, this is the next step that I need to go to. Some people start businesses and then all of a sudden they start going and they pay all this money, which is fine, right? And then they will get a VA, which is fine to get a VA, but they have no foundation. They don't know who they are, who they're serving, what they're going to do. Why is this important? They have no clue. And so they get caught up in the trap thinking, oh, I need to get this coach and that coach. And then I also need to get this VA. It's great to go and talk and get more information, right? Knowledge, get some knowledge and understanding, and then obviously start applying it to yourself first. Because then once you know what your vision are, once you know who you are, once you know your person that you're serving, you will know how to lay the foundation so then it becomes unmovable, unbreakable, unshakable in the midst of a storm, in the midst of a tornado. And even if there's a crack that happens, because sometimes that happens, it's not a complete destruction. Not everything is just going to fall apart because the foundation is firm and solid. So there's that piece. And as you are building and growing, now you can optimize your operations because, as we talked about in the first one, you're looking at your data, you're looking at your analytics, and you're figuring out what is it that the people are connecting with, my value, what value are they connecting with, what are responding to, is this the right solutions? And so this is how you start optimizing. Okay, I'm going to give them more of this. And then you want to streamline it because remember, there's only so much hours in the day that we have, and there's only one of you. So how can we make this process easier so that you're not wasting time in the process, and you can actually be of service to people, and serve the people of what you want to do. So there is that way, and an actionable step for that is really looking through at your internal process. What's going on? Do you
Mhm.
need help? Is this the right time to get the help? What is the bottleneck? Am I sending out
Mhm.
the DMs? And so your data here is key, 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 key. And then you also want to look at how can I be most efficient. When we look at Japan, for example, their whole thing is efficiency, right? They just want to be efficient. How can this be the most efficient it can be? They want to streamline it. And so you kind of have to have that sort of mindset. How can I be
Mhm.
the most efficient I can be? And this is where now, when you're looking at investing in a coach or in technology or in a VA, once you kind of understand and you've done that review, and you figure out who you are serving, your person, then now you can invest in yourself, invest in the technology that you're needing, while recognizing and understanding your budget, because your budget is a major factor in optimizing your operations and processes, to strengthen your foundation.
Definitely. That is awesome. And I love how you said like a lot of it is that internal work. And I know on Sunday we learned that only 10 to 15% of people are actually self-aware of their behaviors, their patterns, and their feelings and what is or isn't working. And I know I had a conversation with someone that they're like, I'm not making money online. What can I do? So of course I'm like, well, what are you doing? What are you trying? And I'm like, how is this working? And then he's like, oh, maybe it wasn't in the luck for me. So I was like, no, unfortunately, that luck and that mindset, it's not going to help because it's not looking at that internal reflection and it's not looking at where that bottleneck is to
Yeah.
see what needs to be done and what needs to be changed.
Yes, yes. And I want people to understand, yes, sometimes I know I'm kind of using uh more corporate terms a bit. Um, but it applies, right?
Mhm.
So don't be this way thinking like this is not for you, or this is not for your business. I used to work at a coffee shop, just aside, and real life situation here. And I remember when I was there, I was like, I know I'm not going to be here forever. It wasn't a bad thing. I actually really enjoyed working there. That was one of my favorite places to work, because I learned so much, and I learned so much about communication. And I actually had to
Mhm.
apply this in real time for myself. Right?
Yeah.
What do I want? Where am I going? Right? And so it
Mhm.
wasn't about serving the coffee. What I did was I had to like change my attitude, and
Mhm.
like, okay, get the vision and where I was going, and then be the best coffee maker I could have been, and the best coffee server that I could have been, and the best co-worker that I could have been at that time where I was in my life. And I was, and then it made the work more joyful. And
Yeah.
because of that, then all of a sudden now I wanted to strengthen my foundation. Now I didn't know it as strengthening my foundation or
Mhm.
optimizing operations, but I was like, okay, what worked for me? So I would pick a schedule, because of course this is shift work. What schedule worked best for me? I loved mornings. I loved getting up, like, for the 5 a.m. or the 4 a.m. You need me there, I'm gonna be there. Like, I wanted that shift. People don't like that shift. I
Yeah.
love that shift. But then I was waking up earlier because I wanted to get my spirit right, and I wanted to get my body right. And so I would get up to like work out for like an hour. I would like do my prayer stuff for about an hour. And so it may seem really, really simple. It may seem like, well, that's not strengthening your foundation, but I was, because I was strengthening my spirit. I was strengthening my physical body, and I was strengthening my mental health, because as I'm walking to work, I started even walking to work instead of like, I could have taken the car at the time, but it was not too far away. And I was like, yeah. So I would walk in the snow, when it's cold, the old time saying, and that brought so much clarity, because now I was looking at my internal thoughts. And so
Yeah.
that way, not only did I have the vision of what I wanted to do next, but then now, okay, what I needed to study. I found out, okay, I needed to get this training. I needed to get this qualifications and I was in that preparatory space to get me to that next level, which allowed me to refine and optimize my operations and process. So I was doing it on my work and applying it there, and I was applying it to my life because I saw this as the training ground. So I hope
Nice.
that relates to, like, I hope you guys understand how what I'm saying to you can be applied anywhere and everywhere.
Mm, absolutely. All right. And did you have, you mentioned you had a couple of quarters. Do you have any
Oh, yes, yes,
other?
yes. And then the third quarter, I know it's almost time to go out. I'm so sorry, guys. The third quarter, you want to enhance your leadership. You want to build a resilient and empowered team. Now, you may think to yourself, I don't have a resilient and or empowered team. What the heck? Well, you know what? You start listening to some leadership videos. Okay, you listen to the Les Browns. If you like Tony Robbins, listen to him. If you like Mel Robbins, listen to her. Whatever it is, find a leader that you like that is talking about something so that now you are starting to enhance your leadership skills and you can start applying it in real time. The best part is, as you're getting motivated and encouraged and inspired, and you're doing these things and you're applying it into your life, it starts to trickle out uh, with your coworkers. So you may not be in that
Mhm.
quote unquote leadership position, but you can be a leader because a title doesn't make a leader. So there is that. And now they see your resilience. Now they're seeing your strength. And now they're feeling encouraged because you yourself is that. And as I said, this is all compounded. You see, we didn't start with leadership right away. We started with a vision. We didn't start with the foundation right away. We started with the vision, right? The people perish for lack of vision. This is in the book of Proverbs. And so this is how we build and we grow. An actionable step for that is exactly what I mentioned. You want to invest in like leadership programs or training. And if you can't at this time, it's on YouTube. Go for free and listen. You know, you don't, if you want to even really support, you could subscribe. Okay, so there is that. And then the other part is you want to start developing like a pipeline, and it seems kind of weird, like a pipeline. Oh my goodness, this sounds really businessy, and it is, and it's not, right? So you may not have a big team, maybe it's yourself, but hey, what's the pipeline? That means what training do I need to know in this season for this year to get to where I need to in 5 years? So when you start looking at it like that for yourself, now when you do have a team, 1, 2, 10 people, it's easier to say, okay, I want this person to be competent and to get confident. You need to be competent breeds confidence. And so you'll know this person needs this training, this person needs that, so that they can give you the 1,000% ROI while at the same time not getting overworked, overburdened, overstressed. And that's what I do with my team. I see certain things that they need. The guy that helps me with my video, I was like, hey, you know what? I see this course. Do you want to take this training? Yes. And this is sort of a certified course, right? And so I send them on the course. I know someone else that wanted to do communications. You need communications training. I think it's a good thing because you're leading a certain team for me. Yeah,
Mhm.
get in that program. Does it cost me? Yes, but I'm investing in them because this is the leadership um, uh, like what I need for them to be strong, for them to be
Mhm.
resilient, and at the same time for them to be competent so they're confident when they're putting out anything out there. And when I'm like, this isn't working, now they're critically thinking, oh, this isn't
Yeah.
working? Oh, okay, no, we got to fix it. Why? Because they have the training. And now they can draw on the training that they received or the training that they're training in now, some of them now training, some of them past training, and apply it in real time to see if it actually works. And if it doesn't, we got to fix it, right? Um,
Mhm.
and then for the fourth quarter, we're almost done. Don't worry, I'll finish on time. In the fourth
No
quarter, we want
worries.
to finish strong. How do we finish the end of the year strong? Well, we want to review, refine, and sustain growth. You got to see what happened in the year. What worked? What didn't work? How can we refine it? How can we make it better? How can we make it more efficient? And then you got to look at growth. What is that next step we need to go to? Everyone's talking about scaling, and there's nothing wrong with scaling. Scaling will come, but you also have to look at how do we get these micro growths. Remember, It's not the big things that brings the result, it's all the compounded little things that will show these ROIs that you're looking for. And when you look at it from that standpoint of a year, you'll be like, in November, December, in January, I started off wanting this. In March, I accomplished that. In July, this happened. It didn't go as well, but we still did something here. We still um, had some good ROIs, whatever the ROIs is. How can I refine this? How can we get better so that next year we have a template that we can go off of and we can start afresh? And that's part of the reinvention. Because when I started off, I talked about vision and reinnovation and reinvention. Well, that's what it is. Right there. So that's how we finish strong. And of course, an actionable step is conducting like your financial performance, your customer satisfaction, team development, and areas of improvement. And that applies to you yourself. And then, of course, a bonus habit. We all need a bonus habit. What is your adaptability and mindset mastery? You need to have that. You have to be flexible. You have to be adaptable. Back in my time when we actually had to hand in these resumes with the cover letters, now they still have it, but not, it's very different now how the layout. We had to put flexible, adaptable, resilient. We had to put these words on there. And then they would still ask you, well, what does that mean you're adaptable? Give me an example of how you were adaptable, right? Because they want to know how strong you are mentally. And I mean, now they don't ask that. I don't know if it's, they don't really talk about that, but this is going to help your business grow. This is going to help the business succeed. This is going to help you as a person and your team, because as you become adaptable, now you're not taking things personally, and you cannot take things personally. It is not about you. Well, sometimes it is, but it's still not about you. You have to oh, it's about me. I made a mistake here. Oh, you know what, guys? Sorry. Say sorry, get over it, fix it, right? And when it comes to mastery is one of those things, and it's so hard. I was like, oh, I'm a master at this. Is it proven?
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of the mindset mastery. It's doing something over and over and over again, and you're getting the same successful results. And then you can take that same thing that you've done and refine it. So that is all that I have to say about that. And I went over 2 minutes. So there you go.
That's okay. I think we're a little bit behind anyways. So, but I know Liam did have a question about your first quarter where you talked about refining. So he said, so when you refine, is that like reevaluating what worked and what didn't, and then start new year off with the lessons you learned from the previous year?
Excellent question, Liam. And yes, 100%. You want to look at it like that. Because remember, when you're refining something, you're already looking at something that you've done before and that has worked or that has not worked. I will give a really good example of this. When I started off this year, well, we're still in the new year, I was looking at, okay, speaking engagements, for example. Now, I do speaking engagements. I didn't want to do as much online. I want to do more in person. I had a person that was their only job last year for a few months was to help me with speaking. So I went on several platforms to make it easier for them to get speaking engagements for me. They found it very challenging because they're like, oh, you need to do this. They're like, so their mindset was very, very rigid. And this is not like, I'm not knocking anybody, and this is with all due respect, right? This wasn't their jam. This wasn't their thing. But they were like, no, I'm going to give 100%. Now, for me, coming into this year, I was like, what do I need you for? I literally, like in November, I was like, what is the value that you're producing? Now, it's not a bad thing. It's not a negative thing. It's that if I don't pay you, you're not going to do the work. I'm paying you to do the work, and I'm paying you to understand these platforms. And if I go in and I'm looking at these platforms myself and I'm seeing what's working and I know what's out there and I can pick up the phone and call somebody myself, what is the value? Because now I am wasting time. I'm taking time out of my day to actually
Mhm.
do this when you're supposed to make my life a lot more efficient. Now, I'm just saying this from this standpoint. And it wasn't, it's all due respect, as I said. And the reason why is because they did not feel confident in what they were doing. So this year now I refined it even more. Okay, people connect with me and, hey, would you like to speak here and do this and do that? And so I refined it and said, all right, I just want you to focus on one area. I want you to focus on one thing, and I need um, I need some results. And so I did it in like a more micro steps. Does that mean that I'm not following what I have to do? Yes. Am I still going on stages and stuff? Yes. But I recognize where they were and where I need them to be, and how it could be more efficient for myself and for everyone else. Because that one system that's not working, that one bottleneck, that one area that is not functioning, guess what happens? It affects the entire whole. And they don't see it, but you, as the person with the vision, you see it. And you're like, oh my gosh, why? Why is this happening? It's not happening. And so you're looking at it, the refining process, the reevaluating process, for from an ROI standpoint, financially, ROI standpoint, time, because time is the most precious commodity, and you can't get that back. Money you could always make, but time, you can't make that back. You could redeem the time. At the ROI from um, the growth stage from where you are. So you're always looking at that and you're refining it. So I hope that answers your question.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I would love for you to share how people can get in touch with you if they want to find out more about the different habits. And I know we have your blueprint on the site for the summit. So if anyone's interested in getting that, then you'd have to register for the summit to be able to get access to the page with all the gifts
Mhm.
offered by the speakers today. So, but how can they get in touch with you?
Yes, absolutely. So you can just Google my name, Delisa Abraham. Something will pop up. Something somewhere will pop up. And then, of course, follow along at Faith and Sparkles World.
Mhm. I was gonna say Faith and Sparkle World. When I Googled you, that's what showed up first.
Yeah, yeah. Faith and
So
Sparkles World.
perfect. Awesome. All right. So thank you so much for taking some time out and being able to share with us today and to provide the habits that help people to have a record-breaking year and looking internally to be able to work on what they need to grow on.
Absolutely. And I'm telling you guys, this resource is so invaluable. This one, and I'm not saying this to toot my own horn. This is when I created, I looked at what did I need for myself. So it's like this guide, and there's actual details in there for you. So it's not just like a title with some subtitles and like three sentences, and at the end just saying contact me. Like, no, I'm giving you value for free because I want you to succeed. And if you have any questions or you're not sure about something, hey, reach out. That's why I'm here. And I appreciate you guys tuning in. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. And have a great day. And hopefully we'll see you for the VIP session at 2 p.m.
Yes, you will. Bye.
Awesome. Perfect. See you. All right. So the next one that we have coming to the stage is going to be Nick Early. Hello. How are you?
Hello, can you hear me all right? I am well.
Awesome. I'm going to try to see if I can get your name on here. Perfect. All right. So Nick is actually one of my mentors, and he's been helping me to work with content to be able to learn the financial side of the business and to kind of support me with my questions. But he is one of the top recruiters, multiple years. He's been doing this for quite some time. And he actually was one of the first people that I asked before I even decided to do the summit. I went to Nick and I was like, hey, I want to do this. Can you come on to help support people for talking about recruiting and retention and just be able to support anyone that wants to learn stuff? So he is going to be talking about team building, performance, and retention and sharing his knowledge.
All right, thanks for that intro. Yeah, so to give you guys some context, primarily work in the insurance industry, specifically life insurance. I've been able to help about 10 teams actually get to that seven-figure level. Some were, nearing that before we began working together in a coaching relationship, coaching and training, working with multiple people in the team. And before I had kind of taken on that role, I'd actually gotten 2 of my own agencies and 2 different style companies to that rate. So I know a little bit about what it takes to get there. I know we have some retail people watching. Is there, I guess, give me some kind of inkling here, Fiona, in terms of if there's anybody else you think that might be watching, so I can kind of tailor some of this, for those people, right? I know we got some insurance people for sure.
Yeah, I think some insurance people, a couple of business owners, a few network marketing people have been
Okay,
popping on
awesome.
and off and stuff like that. So it didn't StreamYard mixed up my stream into my Facebook group, so it's going right to my
Nice.
audience. So it's everybody that I've been collecting.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. So I'll try to be somewhat universal in some of the principles here, but the biggest thing that I want to go into as far as like attracting the team and all the leadership stuff that goes, and that's involved with that is it basically comes down to communication, right? When you have clear expectations for the role, for the people that are best fit for that role, and for what you're trying to do with your company from like a micro standpoint of the role and where that role actually fits into the picture, that's where you're going to solve the most amount of problems. Is not, I'll give you an example. For in insurance, there's a lot of like, we'll call it sexy talk, right? It's just a lot of painting pictures of what's possible for people in terms of working part time, branching off from their current career and like doing a new thing. And I find that that can be a disservice in a lot of ways to your potential on the back end with just attracting the right people. And that's more of a lead generation thing than like a direct scaling your team sort of thing, right? There's a little bit of overlap with the insurance industry that's not so much the case with some things like the retail industry or coaching or something like that, right? I think there's a little bit more of the network marketing style stuff. It fits along that same kind of nature as insurance, right? And so if that's what I mean by the defining that role, right? If you're looking for a producer, right, to come in and work an already existing system at a very high level, then making sure that you communicate that in the advertising and the job post and the job board, whatever you're actually doing to actually get eyeballs on your opportunity, you want to be as clear as possible of what expectations you're really expecting of someone to succeed in that role to a certain degree. Like coming in and making a little bit of money part time looks a little bit different than someone who's, hey, how do I go from making 150 to 180K in this other opportunity? I want to pivot to this other thing that's similar, has some things that I like, but I want to go to that next level. I want to do 300,000 a year in that role, right? That's kind of a whole different thing to communicate to somebody, right? And there is some blanketed stuff that you can do that attracts people broad, and you have that conversation on the back end. But the more you can bring that focus to the front end, or at least have a little bit of variety in the options that you provide and laying that out for someone, the better that you're gonna find. Not having to clean that stuff up with your time related to conversation stuff on the back end, pushing off to HR or whoever you have that deals with that type of stuff, right? You have any thoughts on that?
It I know, like you said, it's related to the insurance, but it makes a lot of sense for retail, and I know I do very often when I'm looking at hiring people. One of the things that bugs me with my retail business is that it is corporate. It's very like they're very structured with it. So when I make one tweak to what I'm looking for my positions, they decline putting out the posting because they're like, "Oh no, this doesn't match what we have. You have to do the script that we do." But it
Mm-hmm.
really doesn't. It does a disservice to it because I'm not able to tell them exactly what I'm expecting from them, exactly what I want, because I know I do kind of expect that ownership and accountability from my team. And when they're just told, say, for example, for a cashier position, that they just need to run the tills, I'm like, well, no, there's a lot more stuff that you have to do as well, especially with that keeping it clean and tidy, because that makes people feel good and it helps make it a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
So I think defining that role and just having it very set and structured, and they know the expectations. There's no frustrations, no confusion, which leads to negative thoughts and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, of course. So on the foundation of proper communication is really where the most success lies. Like everything is a different style or placement of where the communication happens in general when you're talking about something that's ongoing, right? Like roles where people can advance, pick up more responsibilities, things like that, right? So, in the interest of kind of the topic of like scaling to seven figures and beyond, I think that's something that's noteworthy there. But in general, what I kind of want to go into is obviously, I think most people as business owners know that making the right hire, it could be like it could make or break the business, right? It could be the difference between thousands of dollars lost in profit or being up by six figures, right? So
Mm.
at the end of the day, the more clear you are on the things that actually provide that kind of a return from someone that's working underneath you is gonna that's also, it's a little bit separate from maybe advertising that in the role, but knowing how those things need to be communicated and tie in with each other, right? I think the kind of trope that's out there, right, is like hire slow and fire fast. And to a degree that makes sense, right? But it also leaves out a lot of the nuance involved, right? So I want to go deeper into this stuff about the communication styles, right? And really what you actually want to do to breed more results, regardless of what your opportunity looks like, what business you're in. What I would start paying attention to a little bit more is the different type of personalities that you're actually working with. And so we have something we use in the coaching industry that I found to be really applicable across the board for any type of management, which is that you basically have different sort of character archetypes, right? You have people that are more thinkers, you have people that are more doers, you have people that they kind of feel their way into things, they're very personable with other people and mindful about their interactions with folks, and you have people that sort of embody a little bit of everything, and those are people that they're just being in a role, right? And these people have different strengths in their communication. So we have a tendency in like management and leadership to kind of express things in a stern way, right? It's just like obviously we're busy with other things. We come in, we're trying to just put out the fire. And I think if you take the time to really think about how something is going to land for someone and rearrange the way that you communicate for that person, it can breed a lot of a lot better results, right? Across the board. It takes a little bit extra time. You kind of got to like calm your nerves and really think about what you want to get out of that interaction. But when you're thinking about leverage, right, you're thinking about offloading tasks to other people, not having to think about it, being able to communicate clearly, not have to go back and fix things again, rehire on the, fire someone, rehire someone and train them up on the end of the spectrum, like a task that can just be redone in 5 minutes on the other end, then you really want to think about how you can make communication land for somebody else. Less about, hey, how can I just be straight to the point and like not necessarily be direct with someone, but obviously that's going to help. But more so of like, how's this going to land for this person, right? Maybe there's a misunderstanding in general. If you're having, a conversation with somebody about performance, for example, and you want to improve the results that they're getting or add in a task that they keep forgetting, something like that, or the way that they're doing it. At the end of the day, if you look at, is this person more analytical? Is this person just they kind of get through life by just doing things and not having to think about it? You can sort of lean into the inherent strengths that people have, right? And then ultimately, once you have people in that position, right, it's always going to be about accountability and then improving things. And so I think a lot of people have a different notion of accountability than really what works today. There's this, we'll go to the example of dogs and stuff, right? When people are behavioral training dogs, they have kind of the positive and negative reinforcement. And I think
Hmm.
a lot of times in business, management is thinking of just harping on people and always like correcting them and this and that, and it's more of a collaborative effort. I think in general, like the kind of age that we're in, is you could call it the social justice warrior movement or whatever, all sorts of different factors that played into like how everything is culturally now. But we're moving into a phase where people are generally more, they put a little bit more attention into things like this, and so people are more mindful about how their actions affect other people, like emotionally and of course physically and stuff too. Depends kind of the role and all that. But I think going into something more specific related to your communication style is always leaning into the kind of altruistic sense of like the positive vibe being there versus always kind of correcting in a negative manner, right? It's just if you want to breed a culture that ultimately drives growth beyond just cracking the whip, metrics, like do things the way I told you to, stuff like that, and it begins to take a life of its own, you've got to empower people, right? It kind of goes back to the conversation that you guys were just having, right? Where the higher level energy that people are pulling from, I don't want to go too woo woo, but the better the energetic state that people are in, the less friction overall there's going to be with whatever it is that's needs to be done. And we are talking about high performance roles like sales and marketing and stuff like that. There's a lot of stress involved, right? So being not contributing to that stress as much and contributing more to the energetic alignment that's going to allow people to just lean into who they are, be the best version of themselves, and recognize where you can use those strengths and adjust roles if need be. That is all, important stuff that most people don't think about, right? So I want to go into a little bit of how you can actually have some of that accountability, some of that conversation with people, right? Is number one, you want to be able to get clear on what the conversation is about. So, for example, in context of a problem, you want to identify, is it a person? Is it a thing? Is it a circumstance or a situation? What is the actual problem? A lot of times that's not really properly communicated. People just kind of express what they're dealing with, right? It's like, hey, this happened, and it's kind of more of a storytelling thing. And it gets, it gets kind of emotional sometimes when there's different parties involved. It's like he said this or she said that, or this happened, they did this, that wasn't right. There's all this judgment around stuff. But if you can just make it a little bit more black and white of like, hey, this was an event that transpired, right? Trying to get all the facts here. Like, what is it that's actually going on? Is it a person that's the problem? Is it a thing, right? Again, is it a circumstance that was caused by a person? If we can get clear on the elements that actually contribute to that thing, then you can begin to really boil down what is the root cause, right? Like, if something keeps happening and it's a person that's causing it, then like, you might want to have a conversation with the person instead of like rearrange your procedures for a certain task or something, right? And I think that stuff is, it can be overlooked in the day to day, and then it's something that can be a little bit more obvious if you're doing sort of like a yearly or quarterly review, and
Mm-hmm.
you're making decisions based on that have long term effects, positive or negative. When you're trying to tidy up procedures or systems and things like that. Um, that's really where you're going to start to see like that leverage, that profit, that upward momentum come from, or vice versa, come from the efforts that you're putting out. So I think clarity is super important with anything, and being able to communicate in a way where it's not just about what you're communicating, but who you're communicating to and how you break that conversation down. So the way that initiate a conversation about accountability, I think one thing that's a little bit underrated is to, appreciate someone for who they are and what they've done recently, bring their attention to that, and then be like, hey, I want, in the spirit of like making things better, to kind of go into some things that I think will have a positive impact for, multiple people or whatever, right? And then you've kind of set the tone and then brought their attention to an opportunity, less of a correction, right? So I've been kind of talking a lot here. I'm sure you probably pulled some things out of that. What's on your mind?
Yeah, definitely a lot of stuff. I had that situation happen in the store because just after Christmas, our productivity dropped a little bit, and I could see it, and we were like struggling to catch up. And I know I had a hard conversation with one of the staff before. So then all of a sudden, the next time I had done a huddle with my team, I was communicating and talking about the productivity and being more efficient. So it landed completely wrong for this person. So fortunately, she mentioned that to me. She's just like, I feel like, like we're being picked on. So I
Mhm.
was like, oh, okay, well, obviously that's not the intention. So what happened? What went wrong with it? So then we just had another conversation. And based on that conversation, I went back to the team and I explained that it wasn't about like saying that someone's not doing something correctly. It's just saying because everyone's doing a good job. It's just that we need to do it better. And there's different things that we need to focus on that we need to shift the focus back for. So it kind of that really went back to that communication. So to me, the words I was using was okay, but the words that one person or a couple of people heard, they struggled with it, right? So they felt like then that they were being told they weren't doing a good job, even though we were just saying, okay, everyone's just got to work a little bit harder. So, and I love how you said about that different personalities because they really do. And one person who's like a high achiever go getter, they're not going to need the same conversations, same communications as someone who is a little bit more struggling right now or not having that confidence, not feeling like they can do the work. So it's just knowing your people, having figuring out the root cause. I think that's
Mhm.
really good for helping with the teams.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure. It's at the end of the day, you want to identify what is actually going to make a difference, right? Is it a behavior? Is it a procedure? Is it a system, right? Is it just a conversation, right? Is it just a reminder? There's that saying that most of the time we don't need to be shown necessarily what to do, we just need to be reminded, right? In a lot of ways,
Hmm.
a lot of times people already kind of know what to do. And so, especially if you have these high performers, they tend to kind of lock in and focus. And
Hmm.
so they're able to shut out kind of the outside world, their home life and stuff, and kind of really plug in and almost be the role, be a different person when they're in work mode or they're in home life mode or whatever, right? And there are people that come in and you're trying to foster them to become a high performer that they don't operate necessarily the same way, right? They're not able to compartmentalize sort of different experiences and they'll bring that into the workplace. And it's kind of like it's a saying or procedure, whatever you want to call it, that people have is like, hey, obviously it's a good practice to keep that stuff separate, but what happens when it doesn't, right? When it doesn't,
Hmm.
end up being that way, and then people are more emotional that day. They miss more social cues if they're interacting with other people. Um, there's not as focused if they have, like I remember way back in the day, one of my first jobs was I was a dishwasher at a restaurant, and the level of performance and attention to detail that I spent in that job was like nobody really wanted to have anybody else do the dishes anymore after I came in there because I was like just prepping things in a way where I could do three
Hmm.
times the work in the amount of time, right? I wasn't worried about getting messy. I'd prep like sinks and all this stuff with hot water, and it was kind of different than the sort of monotonous like just take things one at a time way that other people had done that role, right?
Hmm.
And I think the way that someone goes about a task is, it can be encouraged by the other people that they interact with related to their job function, right? So
Yeah.
you want to take into consideration that emotional factor, kind of going back to the energetic thing that your words and interactions with people can have on them. Even if it's just like a acknowledging someone, being like, "Hey, how's it going? How's your night going? Anything I can do to help you out?" Right? Being willing to share in the responsibility a little bit, as long as it's not something crazy. I don't think there's anyone on here that's like press brake operator or some kind of like specialized type of work, but stuff like that. Obviously, if you have a particular role with it needs a certain type of expertise and be kind of hard to pitch in on somebody's workload, but
Hmm.
for other things, there's a lot that you can do to just help somebody out where the little things matter, right? So, um, it really comes down to setting clear intentions with every conversation that you have, whether it's one-on-one with someone or it's you're making a piece of material and you're distributing that through an email or a job application or something like that. Um, if you're able to map out what are the potential, outcomes for someone, what's ideal, what's not ideal, what contributes to those things, then you can start to just not have the wrong people in place, not have conversations about the wrong stuff with the wrong people. And that sort of permeates throughout attracting the right people and working on performance and ultimately retaining them, right? And then, not to get into the boring stuff too far, but if you're not tracking your retention and stuff like that, I know that in insurance, there's a lot of, for lack of better words, people just throwing other people at the wall like spades, like, hey, they'll either figure it out or they won't. There's not a lot of like,
Yeah.
hey, how much is your average profit off of a new hire over the course of 3 to 6 months? Okay, what are some of the differences between someone that churns in 3 months versus someone that stays for 9 months or stays longer than a year, right? Other than just they're making money, they were like doing more dials or something like that. What are the things from the agency's role that can contribute to them having a better experience, a higher likelihood of success? So I like here that Liam says that it's important to have a coach, right? Doesn't matter how long you've been in the business, everyone could use a coach, right? And so that's one thing that I've been big on is like over the last 4 or 5 years, I've never gone without someone in my corner, right? And everyone who's reached that level of greatness has had somebody to mentor them along. It's very rare that someone figures it out all on their own, right? So you want to have someone that you're taking that strategic direction from. And that's really what your staff, your employees, your team is looking for from you from a leadership role is, can you, a little bit removed from the process potentially, can you still perform in that same role and that same task that they're looking to do? What demonstrable evidence they have of that? Can you jump in that role and perform even though you're not maybe doing it to the same level of intensity or duration as they are, right? So I think that some good habits to adopt for success in general is being one, having like a culture of appreciation, right? The second thing would be like creating a consistent training and development, putting some emphasis on that, and then being willing to lead by example and having, a vision of integrity that's not just, obviously doing the right thing for clients and things like that, but being the right example for people. And from the micro things that you do, hey, here's how we handle this objection. Here's what we do when we have a customer complaint. Here's what we do when we have someone not show up on time, or there's a mishap with tech or whatever, down to some of the more intricate things, right? That require a lot more skill. So, some things that I think will help people is I've got this meeting framework that we can go a little bit deeper into. I don't know how much time I have here if you got another one you want to run into, but I would
No,
say
you're good. We have a break now, so like we
perfect.
can run into it.
Cool.
We're
Yeah,
good. So we're a
kind of
little bit late too.
time.
So
Awesome. So, like I said, I've got this meeting framework that'll help. I call it the 6A meeting framework, and it's all about how to have accountability with someone that they'll actually appreciate, right? And you'll have a focused direction for the actual meeting, and it's going to inspire action on the back end. So that's something you guys can get from Fiona. She'll either put it on the website or you can request it from her. I think that'll help people a lot in terms of it goes over how to actually start the conversation before you go into kind of the accountability piece and the things you want to correct. There's some open communication and honest. There's some examples of some language in there that you can use. Just open up someone that's a little bit, tight or whatever, right? There's a little bit of variation in that. And what it'll allow you to do is walk away with some clear action steps with something that you guys both can agree on is things to focus on in the future, and having some appreciation for how that person has shown up in the past and like currently, right? So you have a little bit of footing for having conversations around accountability. And I think anytime you're looking to delegate something, be in management, leadership, there's got to be a method to the madness in terms of like getting someone to do something without you being there, right? And being able to tie that to how they can get results out of it, not just hear something that's going to benefit me or benefit the company, but showing them that there's an opportunity for them to get more of what they want out of those improvements. Those are some things that have a clear structure you can follow that'll help you do that more effectively and more consistently. And it's something you can do in 10 to 15 minutes, right? So I think that one thing that I've seen a lot of studies on, a lot of leaders have talked about, is accountability. It's less about it's more about consistency than it is about the one transpiring event, right? So if you can sit down with somebody for 10 minutes once a week or once every 2 weeks, if you have a large organization, that will probably do better than having like a longer session where you can't quite reach everyone, right? Especially if you're really trying to work with a particular person or department or a type of circumstance that keeps coming up. You're developing a new system, something like that. The frequency that you meet with someone will reinforce things in a better way than having like a long, in-depth type of discussion about it, right? So that's something that I've always found is interesting, right? Is even 10 minutes. Hey, you said you're going to do this. Are we still on board with that? Is there something that we need to revise or update that's going to make that better? Have you had any thoughts on it since then? Just having a quick kind of brief happenstance of retouching on that, be able to schedule that in if you have a way to do that. If you have a large organization, that's going to help you with keeping organized. That's going to help you just move things along, make sure that people are constantly being reminded of what to focus on, what's going to move the needle for them on an individual level, and how that contributes to the overall vision of the company or the goal that everyone's working towards. I think as a leader, it's good to practice humility and empathy, right? We are all, we came out of the womb not knowing how to tie our shoes, not knowing any type of language, right? We all have developed as people. So regardless of how far along you are or how high you are on the totem pole, having, that compassion for other people, meeting people where they're at, and knowing that you were once there, being able to relate to people in that way and show them that you understand that's going to breed a little bit more of a connection with the individuals that you're working alongside. And then I think I touched on this a little bit already, but it kind of goes into the coaching piece of if you're always doing personal development and investing in yourself, that's going to help you always be evolving into a better person, right? And so that's one of those things that you can inspire through actions and not words, right? If you're at a level where you're a little bit removed from things, you're more of a time constraint or systems, and you're scaling, and it's less about getting basic cash flow in, then you can start looking at investing some of your cash flow into your team, right? To develop their communication skills, their leadership skills, their technical skills in a certain craft or a type of product, right? Their skill set in sales, leadership, marketing potentially, right? Whatever it is that could be training on how to use a CRM, right? How to use tech effectively. Things like that. Just consistently investing in things, having a tolerance for putting more effort into something than you think is generally necessary. And you may have proclivity to work on things yourself versus hire out or whatever, but I think having an open mind to work on projects in a different way that might benefit people other than what the person at the top sees as most efficient, kind of surveying their people can help, right? Especially in terms of things that people want to work on or want to make changes about. So that's another thing. If you're looking at like long-term roles with people, longer than 6 to 12 months that you're going to be spending time with the same people, you want to make sure that those people feel valued, that you're creating a culture where they feel like they're a part of something larger than being just a cog in the machine, and being able to sit down with somebody and survey them is going to help, help them participate in that, right? Feel valued, right? Get their opinions and inputs on things that they're working with every day, things that they want to do, right? Especially if you're looking to foster growth and have that person develop into, a larger role in the company, more responsibilities, things like that. So, I don't see any questions in the chat. I don't know if you want to kind of go into a different segment for like attracting team, right? That I've kind of covered a little bit more of like performance and retention and some of the mindset behind that stuff.
Yeah, if you want for a couple of minutes, because I know there is like no comments at the moment, so definitely be interesting.
Yeah, so the biggest thing is as it's really just a marketing role. I look at bringing on talent is the same as bringing in customers in the business. So the first thing you're going to need targeted eyeballs, right? So I know job boards and websites that have database for job listings and stuff like that is kind of the always been one of the things, but social media has become, with the advent of social media, we've had people come in to discover companies and work environments in a lot different way than we have in the previous generations, right? And so, especially when we were talking about sales roles, I think having some of that stuff front facing where it's not corporate-y so much, like, hey, just fill out this form, whatever, we'll make an assessment about you, we'll reach out to you if we're interested. Like, there's something to be said about having that level of professionalism behind it. But if you're using social media and you're wanting to utilize that to attract team, get the right people in, you can use it to display, more of your personality, behind the scenes stuff. What does it actually look like in that role? What type of values you have, things like that. Really, how you interact with your customers and the type of nuances and the differentiating factors between you and some of your competitors and some of the other solutions in the marketplace. If people are seeing that stuff on social media, they'll start to be able to build an affinity towards the company, right? And what is actually done there. It'll make it a more exciting thing to become a part of whenever they see you post that there's a job role available, right? Or you make some type of hiring, even if it's more of a sales role, right? Where you're kind of marketing for the talent, right? Really everyone should look at it that way, right? There's nothing wrong with doing. A lot of times I see, like in the insurance industry, it's very like, I don't know, I guess you could say marketing, right? It's just very black and white promotional material. It's like, hey, we're hiring, and message me and we'll chat and see if you're a good fit, because it's kind of a commission-based role. It's not really treated the same as a job role. I think taking the time to build out a couple steps on a website or even just like a Google Doc that's a little bit more in depth and covers some of those specifics about what's expected in the role, what all the expectation, everything from the pay to the daily like workload, the main responsibilities, what someone who's underperforming and someone who's overperforming in that role looks like, what the income potential is, and where that person might fit in the future if they do good in that role over the next 3 to 6 months. That's something that I don't see a lot of people do that can make it feel like a little bit more of something they're applying for, right? It's not so much like, hey, this is the same across the board. Anybody who comments under it can get the opportunity. I mean, it might take you a day to put something like that together, and it could have a dramatic effect in a positive change in the quality of people that you're having a conversation with, that you're screening through, that you're offering the position to. So that's one thing, is just like really polishing up the way that you present the opportunity from a top of funnel type of like where they first see stuff at to everything involved with them engaging with the process to be potentially recruited, hired, interviewed for a position, onboarded, all that stuff. The attracting process never really ends. If someone joins the company and then Like for example, we got this summit going on right now. There's a in-person boot camp. This is one of those weeks where probably going to drop the ball on some things that I'm normally going to be paying more attention to, right? And so being able to have some systems in place to where someone's experience coming into the company, both as a customer and as a team member, or a returning team member coming in for their shift, right? That their experience isn't diminished by people's personal lives, things going on, company events, stuff like that. Having systems in place to help with that. So I don't want to go into a master class on systems and stuff here, but just be mindful of those things, right? That affects someone's emotional state, basically their experience, their entirety of their experience with the company and the role, what's expected of them, what's possible. People are going to kind of take notice of those things. So that's one thing that I feel a lot of people don't pay as much attention to. And then as far as like getting the right eyeballs, I think you have to start with clearly defining that, right? When you're talking about social media traction, like it might be sending friend requests or follow requests. It might be going to strategic people that are on your list and asking for them to make a post, right? Knowing that they may have an audience that you couldn't normally reach, stuff like that.
Yeah.
With ads, it's a little bit different, right? The targeting that you can do there, job boards, a little bit different, right? You can be sorted through different sections and stuff like that. As far as like getting traffic, to the job boards, that's a little bit more on the, those type of company services. I think you have less control over stuff like that, but if there's already a lot of demand there as compared to, especially for a professional environment. So there's a lot of nuance to that, but at the end of the day, if you know who it's for and you've done the best that you can to communicate that, and that's something you're willing to continually work on, then you can always make that better, right? And then those people like Fiona and myself, and really anybody that's been on the panel that can kind of consult on these different processes. If you're seeing a bottleneck, if you're seeing a weak point in the company, those are things that you can go to a coach, you can go to an expert, you can go to a service provider and get some help with, get some advice on, if nothing else.
Yeah. And talking about that, how could they get in touch with you if they wanted to?
Yeah, so you can follow me on Facebook. It's facebook.com/thetyrant with 2 E's. And you can send me an email at nick@friendsandfinances.com. So those are the
All right.
best ways to get a hold of me.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much for taking your time today. Because I know, like you said, you got that boot camp happening in Dallas on the 30th, 31st, or the 31st, the 1st.
Yeah.
It's one of those days. So, which is going to be awesome. I know you're going to do really well there. So, I appreciate you taking the time today to share with us some of the information for retention and performance and team building. So,
You're welcome. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate the
thank you.
invite.
Thanks. See ya.
Yep.
All right. So I am going to be presenting next. Actually, it's kind of interesting because I really will be feeding off right at exactly what Nick was talking about because he talked about a bit of culture and the importance of empowering, and that's what I'm going to mention. And I know Delisa beforehand also mentioned about the leadership and investing into people. So give me a quick moment. I did do a presentation because I have a tendency to go down a lot of rabbit holes. So I want to make sure that I don't do that with you guys. One second. Share some comments if you are able to catch the replay, if you're having any questions or anything like that. We want to be able to help support you because this is all about you guys and for what we can do for you. All right. Let me get it up here. Okay. All right. So I basically minimum wage to maximum loyalty because with retail, as much like I would love to give somebody maybe like $20, $25 because I know minimum wage for where I live is $15. But if I could have a team and give them that amount of money, and I know it's not about money for everybody or for like the culture is the biggest part of it. But unfortunately for retail with a lot of the expenses, one of the things that a lot of um, people say that the biggest expense you can take care of is the payroll and having it at the minimum wage to be able to help with sales and growing is what a lot of people do. So we have to make the best use that we can as a retail owner because unfortunately we don't necessarily have the say of what we can pay the people. So, but what we do have control of is what happens within the four doors, what happens within our teams to be able to help support those people. And one of the ways to do that is to build the culture. So for myself, I am Fiona. I've actually been in management for over 17 years, and 12 of those are in retail. So I was a supervisor in a call center, which again was a lot of sales, a lot of communication, a lot of empathy and building, working with people calling in. And I was in retail, like that was one of my first jobs. So I liked how Delisa talked about being in a coffee, Nick talked about being a dishwasher. My first job, besides a paper route when I was 16, was in a retail for 3 years. So a lot of the skills you learn in those minimum wage jobs do help you to excel in a lot of other things that you do. And you take a lot of that knowledge and experience and move it forward. I know, and like I love that Nick said he got really efficient to the point where everyone wanted him to do the dishes instead, right? Because you kind of work and you prep and you get ahead of time. And a lot of people can do the same thing, and sometimes we just need to help empower people. Over the past year, so I started to do self love coaching, which then allowed me to really build in that awareness, build in the empowerment, the compassion, to know how that skills for the meditation, the self care to make sure my energy is good, my inner work is good, to be able to help support. And while I was doing that in coaching, I realized that why am I not doing this in my business? Why am I not bringing this to the retail store to help support my team? So I started to do that. I started to put a lot of heavy focus on that, those different practices, the empowerment, the ownership, the skills that required to have me in the right place, right mindset, having the team in the right mindset. And with that, I've grown our sales over 12%. And by me, I mean my team, because I could not do it without them. And we're still on trend to continue growing up again, because the more they take the ownership, the more they want to be there, the more they want to do the work and take pride in it, the cleaner, the better, the atmosphere, the feelings, like Todd was talking about. When people walk into a store, all of that is the customers. It's the like our staff and the culture makes that feeling within the store. If you walk into a store where the people don't like being there, then you're going to feel that really icky, gross feeling, and people are just going to come in and buy stuff, or they're not going to come in again. But when the staff are happy and the staff are empowered and they're feeling good, they're sharing that energy to the customers are getting that boost of that energy, and then they're getting the sales in there as well. So it's very important to take care of your people. I We had a survey. I like how Nick said, do surveys, get feedback. My team had 94% engagement, and we were within the top of the 252 stores. So we had a very high engaged team responding positively to that, as well as 77% of my staff are here within over a year. So over a year goes when I was like, I'm going to change how I manage to do a better job, to put the focus on my team as opposed to me running behind doing stuff. Because when we were hiring people, they were leaving. Like, this store has been open for 5 years. I've had over 240 people come into that building to work at the store. And it was just a turnover after turnover. And it was so stressful. It's very hard because everyone was tired. Everyone, like, there was no focus. Like, you're teaching a new person, dealing with the mistakes, dealing with them learning, and then all of a sudden they're quitting, and then you're redoing the same thing. So as soon as I was like, no, I'm going to focus better on my team, I'm going to make sure they're empowered and improved, I did have over 77% of them stay, and I even have over 30% of the people that are for 3 years. And quite a few actually just hired for Christmas time, and I kept them on instead of letting them go for their contracts. So I do have some new people that are within the first 3 months at the store. And then it was actually, one of the girls told me that there's a new manager at one of the other retail locations. And when I had done her coaching on the weekend, she said to me that I have one of the reputations in the town for being the best manager, and people want to work at the store because of the flexibility and because of all this, like, the culture that I've created. So it was nice knowing that even though other managers are trying to take my people, they're not leaving because they want to stay within that group. So I do have a quote here. Clients do not come first, employees come first. And if you take care of your employees, they will take care of your clients. And that's exactly what I said. And this is from Richard Branson, who is a very well known entrepreneur. All right. So, what is workplace culture? Well, the first thing is it's your shared values and beliefs. And what you want. And even though you might have a retail store, it could be a mom and pop, you get to choose what the values are within that. So I know the retail location I have, they're very like frugal, family friendly. So they've got their own values and vision. But in my own personal store within my walls where I have the ability to control that, I have the values that I share, which is the compassion, it's the leadership, it's the flexibility, it's the empowerment. Those are really big for me to share to the other people. It's believing that we can work together and have a positive um, mindset and be able to kind of work through everything. And that allows our team to work together. The other one is the behaviors and attitudes. So, like the behaviors of the staff, the behaviors of the leadership, the attitude of everyone. Like, if you've got someone that's more negative, people that are distracted, someone who's complaining all the time, but they're not really listening to any of the advice, they're not talking, they're not wanting to change to do anything better, then unfortunately, that is one of those toxic behaviors that really does impact a culture in the workplace. The next one is the practices in place. What systems are there? What are they able to do? What the routines, like if there's something that they're struggling with, what are they able to kind of work to help support them? And then how the people feel. And I believe that is the biggest part of a workplace culture of anything that we do for team building. We should always be spot checking how a person feels. Are they missing a bit more time than normal? Are they working a little bit slower? Is there something like, are they just not communicating? Are they not interacting as much as they used to? So those are like kind of little bit of tips and evidence that really teach us how people feel when it comes to doing um, their day to day. And unfortunately, there is things like we want to make sure that the personal lives and things don't come into the building, but there are some times that it does happen. And I know I've had the same thing. There's been a couple of days that have been a little bit harder and rougher. And going into the building, I couldn't be that higher energy person that I normally am. And just kind of focusing, I was like, I just gotta. If didn't have the great energy, I went and did some work that was more myself, so I wouldn't give that negative energy to other people, because the last thing I want to do, and a lot of people don't think about, is how their energy impacts other people. So if someone's in a bad mood and someone is in a good mood, there's a better chance that those people are going to go into the bad mood first before they get into that good mood. So making sure everybody has a good mood when they come in and being able to work with people who are in a bad mood, that really would help change with the culture as well. And why it's so important: employee engagement, employee retention, all of these ones here. You want the people to be taking that ownership. You want them to be excited. You want them to love coming in, because there's a lot of places, especially when unfortunately it's related to minimum wage, they can go to so many different places. They have to spend 20 to 40 hours a day in this place. You want them to feel really good coming in. You want them to be happy when they're in that building working. And you want them to be engaged with the customers, engaged with the work that they have to do, because some of it is boring, unfortunately, but it is part of what we have to take care of. Then you want them to love the work that they're doing. So even if it's recovery, like front facing your shelves, or if it's doing the merchandising, they have to fall in love with that work in order to do it really well. And they fall in love when they see someone else doing that and showing them that that's possible to do it. And when they are happy, they stay a lot longer. Very often, people who are hardworking, or the people that are really good, they're not going to tell you when something is wrong. They're more likely just going to quit, find another job, and they disappear, and you lose a good worker. And a lot of that's related to the culture. If they're not feeling welcomed, if they're not feeling appreciated, recognized, seen, or heard, they're just going to go somewhere else instead to find that, or try to see if they can get it to a different location. So you really want to be very aware of the people, not just the speaking, but their behavior and their actions and their body language. Why it helps with productivity. So the happier people are, the higher energy they have, the more positive, the more they interact together, the better the productivity is. And I did see that within the difference within the past year. So once I started having people in the building for over a year, the productivity went up. What they're Everyone was doing, the stuff was going out a lot faster. Like the stock was moving right to the front a lot quicker. It was getting put out a lot nicer, and it just made a difference. People were more active. They were moving a bit more. And you can really see the difference between the productivity and if people go down a little bit versus how they're doing. So we had a bit of a drop in our sales for this month, and I knew it was because the first couple of weeks we had a bit of that productivity slump. So now that was my job to go in and correct it and deal with it, and to be able to help them, just to remind them for going forward what needs to be done. Because like Nick said, everyone already knows what needs to be done, but it's just a matter of actually reminding them, because it's very easy for us to forget. We get so busy with everything that sometimes we just need that little bit of accountability, that little bit of a nudge to just remind us that we can continue working on it. And like Delisa talked about, that adaptability, we have to be adaptable. We have to be able to change. People, their lives change, different things happen, and we have to be willing to work and to accommodate that. So that way, when you are the manager, I mean, like the business comes first, you need to make sure that everybody's supported, everybody has what they have, but you need to be able to have that little bit of adaptability and change as well. So when you set the expectations of what you want and what you're planning, then it's easier for them to follow suit, but know that you have that ability and you can change to help support them. So some mistakes that people make is not leading by example. I'm really big for this. I may not do all the tasks, I may not do all the work, so I may not be the person, say, cleaning the toilets, for example, because that's not my area, like my zone of genius. It's not going to really help move the stuff. But I do like to lead by example. So if I'm on the floor, I like to do what I tell the staff to do. I don't like doing, say, do this and I do something completely different. A lot of times people look up to us. A lot of times they mimic our behaviors, they mimic our habits, and they're going to start doing it. I know one example very often is if you have someone who's like an A player and you put them in a room with B players, there's a better chance that B player is going to go up to the A player level. But if you put the B players in a room with C players, which means they're not as they don't care, they're showing up, they're just walking around, they're not doing anything, then the B player is going to go down to that C player level. So what you really want to focus on is keep your A players happy and make them feel really good, really acknowledged, appreciated, give them tasks that are just specific to them, but then have the B players mingling with the A players so that they boost up as opposed to everybody coming down. Because if you let people come down to the lower level, then you're going to be stuck in a harder position. And then you can work with the C players to get them to ship up, or you can get them to say, like, maybe this isn't the choice for you. I wanted to kind of touch on like where they talk about people being replaceable. So that mindset really hurts because yes, everybody, no matter what we do, we are replaceable. If we stop doing something, there will be someone else that will come behind to do the same thing. But we don't want people to feel replaceable because that's where that player plays in is they feel like, oh, well, you don't care about me, we're replaceable. And I know very often I see online marketing for entrepreneurs, they try to push that 9 to 5 as, oh, these people are replaceable. So, like, don't worry about that. Do your home, do your job, do your business, whatever it is. But it's our job to make people feel non replaceable because you don't want that churn. You don't want to lose that productivity. You don't want to lose that experience and skills to somebody else or to make people not feel important. So. All right. Ignoring employee feedback, kind of what Nick touched on and where I shared my story before, where I had an employee, they said to me, they were like, what I said to them in the huddle, they didn't feel good about that. It didn't land properly for them. So I took that feedback and I asked some questions. I'm like, well, can you tell me specifically, like, what didn't land? Like, was it the word choices? Was it certain like processes, or was it something that might have been just inside for them, like their story that they're telling them? Is there something from outside external that's impacting how they felt? Were they having an off day that day that, like what I said landed a little bit differently than it would have if they were in a good mood? And that's where we kind of talk about that higher energy and giving off that positivity because it allows people to be more positive and they will take the stuff in the correct way. I love how Nick gave that example for the opportunities as opposed to corrections, because every correction, every mistake is an opportunity. Like I have one person there, like, I don't feel confident being on the tills. I'm afraid of making a mistake. And I'm like, I love when people make mistakes, but we've already figured out a lot of the mistakes that people make. And so my supervisor over there already lets them know, like, this is a common mistake and how to correct it to make sure that it doesn't happen. But mistakes really show growth and it really shows us changing and we're not being complacent or anything like that. Well, mistakes come from complacency, unfortunately, different mistakes. But learning is really good and getting that feedback. So, I mean, I make mistakes all the time and I tell the staff as well, I'm human too. So, if I say something, do something, you don't like it, tell me about it because I can't grow, I can't change, and I can't maybe fix my words if I'm not aware that it is a mistake and it's a problem. So, just because I'm at the top leading doesn't mean that I don't make the same mistakes and that I don't have a good opportunity for feedback as well. So listening to their feedback, listening to what they have to say, it's very important. Overlooking recognition and rewards, whether it's the positive, negative reinforcements, whichever it is, like everybody wants to be recognized. And they don't necessarily need to be given a monetary. They could just be like, like, hey, you're doing a good job. Or some people like, really knowing the characters and the personalities, like Nick shared. I remember there's one person like she was incredible. And I would say that to her over and over again. Every day I'd be like, you are amazing. You're doing a really good job. Like I love the work that you do. And I made a point of being really verbal with all the affirmations and telling her that. But she was upset one day and she said that I didn't give her a paw, which is what we do. Like you get 5, you get a gift card. So I never thought about that. So it didn't matter what I was saying because to her it was the action that wasn't there in place. So it's if you have something and set up in place to be able to use it and reward people and just make them feel good because everyone's humans. Everybody wants to feel like they're doing a good job and to be told that because there's a lot of self-doubt. There's a lot of people that are growing their confidence or they might have a rough day. So being told that, like you're doing a really good job. I had a couple of my grocery staff that have been running the tills. So they've been like, I don't know, I think the impression came off that they weren't really good at what they were doing for groceries, so they were moved to the tills instead. But unfortunately, I had one of my cashiers off because of an accident. So I needed them over there. So I had to have that conversation with them to say, hey, like, and recognize that I have them on the tills, but it is not because I don't think they're doing a good job. It's because I needed someone there and I trusted them and I relied on them to be that person, to be on that space. So it's just a matter of like not overlooking those how they're feeling, tolerating toxic behaviors. I talked a little bit about that already, how um, the good people will leave. Some might be vocal, some might give you that feedback. They might come to you. Usually they come to you when their emotions are high and they're very frustrated and they're at the point where they're like, I'm done, I can't deal with this anymore. So instead of dealing with it at the start when it's a lot smaller, they deal with it at towards the end when they're done. So that comes with those hard conversations and one of the things for leadership. And it's so hard to have that performance conversation to tell people that, the work they're doing is not up to par or it's not leveled or there might be people are feeling hurt, people are feeling bullied or whatever the situation is, like sometimes it's just that awareness. They don't know that they're doing something. And if you don't say anything to fix it, then someone else is going to say something instead and they're going to start to fix it on their own. And very often when employees do it, it means that they're quitting or they're talking and they're complaining to other people around that it's not a good place to work. I know I had one person that wasn't working, so they were unfortunately on those hard conversations. That was a lot of it, and they were on performance management because they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing. So of course they were frustrated and they were telling people that I wasn't a good manager because but it was the work that they were doing instead. So again, everyone's entitled to their opinions. They can do what they need to do. And if you're someone who has toxic behavior, you're not going to like listening or hearing that you're being told that. But that doesn't mean we have to stop speaking about that toxic behavior or that underperformance because they're either going to start to do what they need to do or they're going to start going somewhere else instead where they're not being told that. And that ability to invest into your team will help. So maybe some of these behaviors, they just need to speak to a counselor. Maybe they need to speak to a therapist or have some skills or exercises like meditation put in that will help support them. Maybe they just need to have someone listen to them and hear their complaints or their concerns. Ignoring self-development for yourself, for your team, allowing them that a chance to grow because everybody wants to feel accomplished. Nobody wants to wake up and say that they're okay sitting down doing absolutely nothing for the entire day. Like it might be good for a little bit, but if they get to like retiring or getting older and then they're going to look back, they're going to be like, I wish I did more. So you have that ability of helping these people to do more when they come join your team for that growth to help them advance into other roles. And or learning the skills that they can then take into other jobs if they need to. Because unfortunately, most people don't retire at the same job that they start at. I think the average now is maybe 7 years in like different jobs. Some people want to do business. So allowing them to learn those skills that are going to improve them. So even if you're in a business where there may not be a lot of room for growth, they can still learn the skills and then they could still feel good about themselves and feel accomplished because we want to make sure people feel that way because it makes them work harder, do better. Right. So no clear values and missions. like if you don't know what you want, what the expectations are, if you don't have a goal in mind that you're sharing with your team that everyone can strive to work together for, then it's going to be a lot of different views, different perspectives, different paths, different people doing things that they're not supposed to be doing. So making sure that you're like, this is what our goal is, this is what the mission is for our business, what our plan is, and what your values are. So again, compassion is a huge one for me, understanding where people are coming from. So that value is within my team on a regular basis to be able to help support them. And that self-love type of skills, like the awareness, the energy, the meditations, the working on themselves to feel their confidence and resilience, like those are really big, important things for me to have in the culture to be able to help support it. All right. And different ways to have a positive workplace culture. I'm not sure how I'm doing for time. I got about 7 minutes or so. So, ways to have a positive workplace culture, daily huddles, making sure you talk to them. That's kind of what Nick talked about with that frequency as well. I do huddles on a regular basis, but what I also do again is I like to put a lot of that self love stuff into it. So, every huddle, every single person in that huddle has an opportunity to speak. So they share something about themselves, a positivity, and we listen and I talk to them too about some of the stuff that we need to do for the business, like where we're going, the procedures, some different ways of helping to support ourselves to be more efficient. But daily huddles, that daily touch point is really good. I also make a point of speaking to each person every day when I see them, see how they're doing, if there's anything we can do, and just like take a look at their work. The next thing would be one-on-one coaching. Over a year ago, I was working on it when I could, but I was so busy being the cashier, putting the stock out, hiring people, chasing after everyone, feeling like I was putting fires out more often than doing anything else. So the second I was like, no, I am going to coach these people on a regular monthly basis so they have that opportunity to speak to me personally, take my energy, let me know if there's any concerns and issues they have, let me know what their plans are, what they want to do. That really made a difference because all of a sudden I stopped working in my business and I started working on my business to be able to empower and support them and see what they need to help them where they're too. I did not do my coaching in December because I was focused on the Christmas. And of course, I did notice that drop for the beginning of January that I had to like work hard to get back because I was also focused on Christmas and then focused on our inventory that we had to do for the store. So it was less on the team, and I can see that drop when you don't pay attention. So it's really important to do that one on one coaching if you want to help with the culture. Feedback for a friendly environment. Again, having that feedback and whether or not they speak to you verbally about what the feedback is, paying attention to their actions. Is someone who's never missed time all of a sudden starting to miss time more often, right? So, like that would indicate there is something wrong, whether it's outside of the work or inside. But if they're used to showing up, even if they've been sick, and all of a sudden they're calling in sick when they are sick, whatever the situation is, like when their behaviors change, then it's a good time to kind of evaluate where you are. Self-love practices with the huddles. I make a point of people talking about what they did to make someone feel good and what someone did good to, or what someone did that made them feel good. So we do that on one of the huddles. Another huddle, we talk about their wins and their goals because we want to celebrate small wins because a lot of people are so focused on keep going forward. They don't take that moment to pause to say, hey, I did something. We talk about their goals for the store. They talk about their goals for their personal because, again, their personal will impact the store, unfortunately. So you want to do stuff that incorporates both. Do gratitude as well as what they learned because it's very important to be learning something. And then we share that as well as we do just did you know? Like sometimes we'll talk about the favorite ice cream, board games, or favorite food, favorite hobby. So we kind of share that information as well. And it really helps because people get to feel included in the team. They get to share what they work for them. And when you have 10, 15 people sharing gratitude, it feels a lot better for everyone. It really gives that boost of energy. And then we got fostering a sense of purpose. So giving them a reason, giving them something to go to, like that ownership and like saying, hey, this is your department. We need to work on getting this merchandise. Like we need you to do this Christmas section. So I like to give kind of touching on to the next one, which is give them ownership within their strengths. So finding what they're really good at and giving them more of that. So I have one person, she's incredible at merchandising and she has that same mindset as me where she likes kind of looking at it like a Tetris game, how to put stuff in to make it in place. And there are times that she does a lot better job than I do. So I'm just like, okay, this needs to be done. And I don't say anything because she does it. Like it's that work is there. Like it's her pride, it's her ownership. She does a really good job. It's her strength. So she just takes it and runs with it. So it's one thing that I don't need to worry about. I'll go help support in different areas when I want to, but I don't need to, which is one of the biggest differences that help a lot. And it's really learning who those people are. And I find with interviews, you miss out on a lot of these things, right? So unless you can kind of tweak the questions to learn how to get the ownership, but a lot of this you learn when they come in and you get the chance for them to try different areas and just move them in different places and being flexible when you can, especially when it came to attendance. I know I had one person that were constantly missing time, so I was trying to get them to be like, well, if you're missing time, you're going to be performance management because you need to show up. And my husband, who works with me as the assistant manager, he was just like, well, why do you keep scheduling them in a time that they're not going to come? Because I'm like, well, because I'm trying to get them to correct the behavior. But that was more that negative enforcement. So instead, he's like, well, why don't you work with them? So I started to do that. So I have some where they'll change their availability. They um, have some stuff that's out of their control that does cause them having a bit more attendance issues within the store, but they make up their time. They change, they shift, they communicate with me. So being that flexible. So as long as we have coverage and we have cashiers, it's a lot easier then to kind of work with the people and see what shifts. So I have one person now there, she's taking a course that she was waiting years to do, and she needs to have Tuesday, Thursday evenings off. So instead of being like, no, you can't do that, I'd be like, sure, no problem. Let's like, she already works every Sunday for me. So a little bit of give and take, like if someone's like, I need a certain day off, and I'm like, well, can you work this date? Can you take care of this task? Can this be your project that you work on? So I get a little something for the business and they get that flexibility to be able to come in. And that was one of the things that one of my one of my employees, staff, Robbie, had mentioned was just it's the flexibility, like I work with them to make it good for all wins. Win for me, win for the business, and win for them. So it helps then because they feel seen and heard. And challenge them to be efficient, pushing them because you can always work harder. And I know, like, if I'm working on a day and I know I'm there for 7 hours, well, my work, even if I'm fast and I'm efficient, I might still take 4 hours. But if I have to leave and I only got 2 hours to work that day, well, I can tell you all that 4 hours worth of work is going to get done within that 2 hour time frame. And it's just the mindset is like when you're writing the tasks down, when you're grouping stuff together, telling them to focus on one thing instead of multiple things, right? So just making them efficient and pushing them. You go to a gym and you have a personal trainer that if you can only do like 2 or 3 reps like me, and they're like, no, you got to do 5, but then they're like, hey, let's go for that other 5. Let's make that other 10, like it helps to boost and make it a lot better. So you want to look at that as opportunities in the store as well, because the faster they can do one task, then the more time they have to spend on other tasks and it help with customers to be there for customers. So I know I'm getting pretty close to time. So let me just quickly share quick actions that you can get for the quick wins. Have a clear missions and values in place for your business. Know exactly what kind of culture you want to create in your business to grow and nurture your team, to be able to help support them. You want to be able to have regular check-ins with them to make them feel seen, heard, and understood. So doing those daily meetings, doing the one-on-one coachings, have the meetings with the departments that you might need the focus to help them improve, give them better feedback, and pay attention to your staff. Watch them while they're working, learn, see what they're doing if there's something struggling. So I can tell if someone's having a bad day before they even tell me they're having a bad day, and I'll be like, hey, what's wrong? What happened? One person, the doorbell broke and I didn't know. So he was outside ringing the doorbell to get in, and it was cold outside. So he was frustrated because no one answered the door and he was waiting. So if I had left him and not said anything, I wouldn't have known. But I'm like, are you okay? Like, he wasn't behaving the same way. And then he said to me, he was like, well, I was left outside. He's like, I rang the doorbell. And I'm like, I'm really sorry. I'm like, we didn't hear the doorbell. So we found out it was broken. So I apologized that he was left outside instead of being able to come in. So that just makes people feel better. And then the last one is recognition and rewards for the staff. Recognizing when you can, rewards when you can. Like I do an attendance gift card for my staff. So once a month, someone has an opportunity to get a $100 gift card. We do pizza parties, we do like pajama days, we do a lot of fun stuff and rewards and like a good Christmas party just to be able to help make them feel special and included and everything like that. So let me just quickly pop back if there's any questions. Liam said that including everyone matters, as well as people are replaceable but doesn't work anymore. So good people are hard to find and teach them, lead them, much easier process. So absolutely. All right. So thank you. And we are going to go on to Richelle. She is the next person that we're going to be talking to. And she is going to actually be helping us because we talked a little bit about the marketing and the um, retention, recruiting people. But what happens when those people aren't there? Like, what happens if you're not there for your business? Like, if you've worked so hard to scale and grow a business and something happens and you're not there. So she's going to be sharing with us how to protect your oops, the wrong one. There we go. She's going to be sharing with us how to protect. So, hi, Richelle. Thank you so much for coming. She has a PhD. She's started to do wealth management and help support families and take care of health insurance down for the US. And she's taking all that expertise and knowledge and she's going to share with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Fiona. It is such a pleasure to be here. I'm really excited to share some comments with not only you, but everyone that is here on the Seven Figure Success Secrets Summit. Wonderful, wonderful. So I am really, really excited. I did record some notes, so I'm happy to share my screen just so that people can follow along with my comments. However, I don't have beautiful slides like you do, but they're good to follow along with. All right.
Oh, it's all good.
Let's see here. All right. All right. Are you able to see my screen?
Let me throw it onto there. Okay, awesome. I believe it's on there now for you.
Okay. Wonderful, wonderful. So I am really, really excited to be here. As Fiona mentioned, I actually do have a background as an engineer, so I have a PhD in chemical engineering. And a lot of times people are like, well, how on earth did you end up in financial services? Well, funny enough, as an engineer, that means that I went into building materials. So all the items that actually go into making a building. So think like the roofing shingles, the 2x4s, the actual components of that building. And in working in that role, I was able to see some larger trends in terms of home building, home housing starts, and the needs that we would have in terms of making sure that people would have quality housing going forward. And surprise, surprise, there was a huge deficit. And so that really inspired me to not just so I was already a landlord, but to really take it to the next level. And so after that moment, my husband and I decided to really get foot forward into investing, real estate, and we ended up getting about 50 doors. We're now in ground up development and that sort of thing. And during those conversations, obviously real estate investing sounds interesting. It's sexy to a lot of people, but it's also not the most financially appropriate for a lot of persons. And so talking to people that were like, I want to invest in real estate, it's like, but you haven't even made sure that your own house is in order ahead of time. So that's how I ended up in financial services. And so I really like to say that I help people protect their health, their wealth, and their overall well-being. So that is really where I focus. And so today, what we're going to talk about from a business ownership standpoint is how do you become a bulletproof millionaire, in the sense that we're all working so hard to grow our businesses day in and day out, but a lot of times if you would just add one or two additional strategies, not stopping what you're doing, but just pausing along the way, then it will allow you to get further, faster, and get more out of the effort that you're already putting in day to day. Because let's be honest, this country, United States and Canada, Fiona, I know you're our neighbors to the north. They both are based on small businesses, and we are the number one employer, which is obviously going back to the comments that you were just making, Fiona, about making sure our employees feel compensated and are valued, right? And so if we're going to make sure that we're helping our employees feel valued, if we're going to be making sure that our businesses are stalwarts in the community, then it would only be right that we are able to recoup some of those benefits for ourselves in exchange for taking that risk. And that's exactly what we're discussing today. All right?
Awesome.
So with that, I do have 3 takeaways that you'll be able to get at the end of this conversation. So first off, we're going to talk about what's known as a buy-sell insurance blueprint. So exactly what Fiona was talking about in terms of we all have that key person in our business that really makes sure that the wheels go round. But what if they aren't there anymore? And how can we make sure that our business can survive for that next generation, even if we do not? Okay. And then how do we make sure that we can supplement our retirement in a tax-free manner? Because as I'll discuss, when we go with all these things, we're really on a race against taxes and interest. And so as we really navigate those two, not evils, but legitimate huge expenses, then that really colors and paints a picture as to what it is that we can and cannot do. And then finally, I do have a family protection protocol, which is a series of documents that I'll suggest that you collect for yourself. That way, if/when something happens, you have a place to go. I'm a wife, I'm a mom, which means that I am the family encyclopedia. And I'm sure some other ladies that are listening will understand. And I remember I was traveling and my husband needed to take the baby to daycare. He didn't know the daycare provider's phone number. He didn't know the address. He didn't know any of it. And I realized, my goodness, I'm keeping all this in my head and I'm not doing anybody a service by doing that. So this is a call to action to write those things down. So
That's
without
awesome.
further ado, I'll keep going. All right. Perfect. So just to get started, we all start in business and enter business because we have these great ideas about wanting to be involved in the community. It's funny, Fiona, I'm really excited to learn even more about what you do on the employee side because I myself am making some investments into local small businesses as well. So really excited to talk more about that. But as we grow our businesses, what we miss out on is the compounding effects of our effort. Meaning that when you read all the major business books, they tell you that the major functions of business are sales, marketing, operation, and finance. Absolutely. And the more you sell, the better your cash flow. But sales don't happen unless marketing takes place ahead of time, right? But marketing can get as much visibility, sales can sell on the back end, but if your staff and employees aren't there to have a great customer service experience and make that experience seamless, then operations really does fail. And finance is nothing but the bean counters. And so they really all do have a critical role to play. But I like to say it all rolls up into overall strategy. And specifically, what I like to highlight here is that business is a game of value. And one of the things that I like to discuss is, ultimately, everyone should consider about building their business to scale and potentially to sell. And that valuation is what is known as EBITDA. And if you're not familiar with that terminology, that stands for earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. And EBITDA is literally a metrics of a business's profitability. And so basically it really says, what are the earnings of this business? And then before you take out these additional key expenses. Now, it is a finance term, and you'll find that a lot of businesses that trade on Wall Street speak in terms of EBITDA. And so, because that, obviously there are critics with everything. Now, one thing that I notice is that some critics will say that EBITDA overstates profitability because what it does is it ignores key expenses, namely the before, right? And so this earnings before taxes, interest, depreciation, and amortization. So these are the key expenses that the critics say that EBITDA ignores, right? So if we're trying to maximize our business's enterprise value, it's all about maximizing that EBITDA. But we will be remiss if we don't take into account some of these other items. So I wanted to include definitions just in case everyone was not up to speed with these terms and really what that means from a business standpoint. So now I know this is a very well-heeled crowd, but it can never hurt to just to make sure everyone's on the same page. So
Awesome.
of course, interest, these are the interest expenses that reflect the cost of any debt financing that we may have. Okay. And so if your company has like a lot of times small business owners, we will use credit card debt to finance our operations. That's just the reality of it. You may take out an SBA loan or whatever the equivalent would be in Canada. So we typically do leverage financing because it allows us to grow our businesses. But certainly if you're in the acquisition market, then you want to have a very good idea of what debt obligations the business is already incurring. And so, with that in mind, the business can appear more profitable than it truly is. Okay. Next, of course, is taxes. We can't avoid taxes, but certainly if you operate in an industry or a region that has high tax rates, then certainly that can be seen as a misrepresentation. Now, I tend to focus primarily on interest and taxes because depreciation and amortization, those are really for businesses that have tangible assets. So if you're in manufacturing, you would have buildings, you would have machinery, or if you have more intellectual property, you may have intangible assets that you can amortize over time, like patents or trademarks. But interest and taxes go across the board. It doesn't matter if you have an at-home bakery or a multi-million-dollar enterprise. Interest and taxes are directly something that every business owner, it's pertinent to every business owner. So that's really what I'm going to focus on for the remainder of this conversation. All right. Excuse me, just getting over one of these bugs is going around, so forgive me. So, what we want to do is really contrast some of the things that we're already doing. And the whole name of the game here is how can we reduce the interest that we pay on a monthly basis? And even more importantly, redirect that flow of money so to allow it to build our own wealth, and most importantly of all, we want to retire on time. I know there's a statistic that something like 10,000 baby boomers are retiring every single day or every single month. And so, with that in mind, there are so many of them that don't have a succession plan, and they don't have largely anything to show for all of their effort. And so, I certainly don't want that to be the story of anyone who's on this call today. And so the first thing we're going to talk about is how to protect your business. And, a lot of times, if a business owner were to unexpectedly get sick or get hurt or to pass away, then unfortunately that business is not able to continue without them. Um, Back in the 2020 pandemic, that was really a top of mind for a lot of people. And so people went ahead and purchased things like life insurance and things like that. But the truth is, we all need to have this because we don't know if another pandemic is going to happen or even just our own personal catastrophe. Okay. We need to be able to have income, and it's about ensuring your income while you're living, as well as in case something were to happen to you. So I'll just explain some solutions for this problem. The first and most common is disability insurance. So that literally is, if those of us who are in the States may be familiar with commercials. There's a company called Aflac, and they have gotten really, really famous with this talking duck. So that if you get hurt and you can't work, who do you call? You call Aflac. And what they're marketing is either a short or long-term disability policy. What most people don't know is that you can have those same benefits that employees have, you can have that as a business owner. And the way you would do that is by installing your own disability policy. Okay. And again, it's just based on your income, and it will replace a certain amount of your income in the event that literally you're hurt or can't work for whatever reason. I'm a mom, as I mentioned, and so I have a 2-year-old, and it just hurts my heart whenever I scroll through the mommy Facebook groups and all the other ladies are talking about, hey, I'm going on maternity leave. I wish I could get paid while I was out on leave, or I wish there was a way to do it. And it's like, well, there is. If you had these things in place, then you would absolutely qualify for short-term disability when you go out for pregnancy, because that is, essentially an illness. So that would qualify. On the other hand, talking about key person insurance and employees. So let's say that you are the linchpin of your business, and without you, your business does not make any sales, or all the back end operations don't operate. Then that literally is called key person insurance, which means that if something were to happen to that individual, then the profitability of the business would materially suffer. And so in that case, the business has insurable interest on that person, their longevity and their ability, the fact that they're alive, right, and working in the business. So what that sort of agreement does, as well as a buy sell, it says that in the event that a key person in the business passes away, then the business will receive the proceeds of that insurance policy so that they can hire a replacement. Okay. And the same thing is the true of buy-sell agreements. So typically in the case of two partners, when people say I'm in business with a partner, I say, would you like to be in business with their spouse? Because if you don't like their spouse, that's essentially what you're signing up for, because that would be that person's next of kin. And so if they're not particularly business savvy or anything like that, then you may want to consider having one of these in place so that in that event of that happening, the remaining business owner can go out and find another executive to replace that old partner. And then now that partner's family still receives all the proceeds of the operating business, but they're not having to step in and operate a business that, frankly, they're not qualified, don't have an interest in, and probably wouldn't operate it with the same tender love and care as the original owner anyway. They just wouldn't have the expertise and the experience, right? And so that's really one of the things that we want to talk about. I think in these entrepreneurial circles, we love talking about growing our businesses and hitting seven figures, which is incredible. But certainly, as we grow, we have to be a little bit more cautious as well, because you also have more to lose once you are generating those healthy revenues, and certainly if you're at seven-figure profits. Okay. All right. Any questions on that, Fiona, before I move on to the next section?
No, I think it's awesome. And I like that you said too, like the key insurance like for the policies doesn't necessarily have to be on the business owner. It could be on someone that's like your marketer who's generating a lot of revenue and sales and stuff as well, right? So
Oh,
anyone that you need to replace
absolutely.
that way.
Absolutely. I do a lot of work with nonprofits in the health insurance space, and certainly nonprofit employees, they're not highly compensated, going back to the conversation you just had. But they do want to retain their best employees that have so much tenure and longevity. And so I've been working with a nonprofit to essentially create, if you've ever heard the term golden handcuffs, which is essentially where the benefits are so good the employee doesn't want to leave. You can create that
Nice.
golden handcuff type of situation no matter what their income is, because basically the organization would own the life insurance policy. They'd be the owner. The insured is that key person, and then the beneficiary can be the business. Okay, but that cash value, assuming you get a participating permanent policy in place, the cash value that accumulates over time can be accessed by the employee as a benefit of them being associated with the organization. So you can say, hey, this is our policy. Absolutely. But because we love you and we want to retain you so much, we'll allow you to access this cash value as a stipulation of your employment, right? And then we'll also use that to
Awesome.
supplement your retirement. And of course, all the actuaries and insurance companies, they're not going to let these policies go upside down. So the business would still receive that death benefit in the end as well. Of course, it's all about making sure it's designed properly with someone who really knows what they're
Mhm.
doing. But, that's a win-win all around. That's a win for
Yeah,
the organization. That's a win for the employee. That's a win for their families. Like, come on, why not?
that's awesome.
Yeah, it is. It really, really is. All right, excellent. So speaking about retirement, as I mentioned before, when we talk about EBITDA, it's all about eliminating or reducing or eliminating as much tax and interest that we pay as possible. And one of the main ways that I like to talk with people about eliminating tax is in their retirement accounts. So I'm sure most of us know that even as business owners, we can have our own retirement accounts, and the most common of which would be the 401k. Okay. And a 401k, of course, is a tax advantaged account and allows you to really, I'm going to say, almost shoehorn an exorbitant amount of money into these plans. Depending on how it's structured, we're talking upwards of $40,000 per year, which is great. Okay. That is amazing. Um, but when you're investing into a vehicle at that level, you really want to be a little bit more cognizant of what all is out there, and is that really the best place to hold your funds. Okay. Now, certainly, if you have more than that, then I'm not saying either or. I think everyone should own lots of things for lots of different purposes. But I found that 7702 plans, which is the tax code. So a 401k, that is just the tax code that allows for those sort of retirement plans to exist. So that is the IRS code, section 401k. right? So that's where those come from. Same way why nonprofits have 403B. So 403B 403 subsection B. Okay. So similarly, there's another aspect of the tax code that is lesser known called 7702. Okay. And those 7702 plans are equally, if not more, tax advantaged retirement streams. And so what I've done is created a plan here that really cross references all of the different plan options for retirement with how they are funded, some of their living benefits, as well as some of their legacy benefits. Okay. So obviously, in a 401k, you can either have a traditional plan or a Roth. All right. If you have a traditional plan, then obviously that means that you contribute tax free and you pay when you receive those money on the gains. All right. Which is awesome. You're like, oh my goodness, this is amazing. Except when you reach age 73, like my dad, and you have what are known as required minimum distributions. I talk to people that have $1 million in their traditional IRA, and they come with this smug look, like, I did so well. You did do well. You did. However, you've also set yourself up for a train that you cannot stop. Okay. And the thing about it is, particularly as we talk about retirement, it's more of a holistic conversation about things like, here in the States, we have Medicare, and we have Uncle Sam. But if you haven't heard, there's also Auntie Irma. Okay. And so Irma is essentially a penalty tax for being successful, for lack of a better term. And the thing about Irma is that it's a cliff. So while we have tax in our tax strategy, let's say you pay, 20%, 22%, 25%, so forth and so on. And the more you earn, the higher that percentage rate. Unfortunately, with Irma, it is a cliff. So it's not I'm going to pay 20% of this amount. It's you've paid $1 more. Your income is now in that 25% threshold, and this is the amount you pay. So it's stair steps as opposed to being a percentage. So that's why being very mindful in your tax planning is so important, especially as we get to these retirement years, because unfortunately some folks, they just don't have enough time to do Roth conversions and actually make it make sense for them. Okay. I also like to mention, again, with legacy multiplier, 401ks, and regardless of if it's Roth or traditional, your family's just going to get that money. Okay. There's no legacy multiplier. That just is what it is. So if you have $500,000 in an account, that is what your family is going to receive. There is no multiplier on the back end. And of course, we know they are not that flexible in terms of how you can use them. Excuse me. So certainly you can use 401ks and individual retirement accounts for things like purchasing your first home, and limited other uses like that. But until you reach full retirement age, that money really is not available to you. And so that's the downside of those accounts. Now, some of my friends are very persnickety, and they're like, well, what about an HSA? This is pretty much the holy grail of retirement, which is true. A health savings account, you are not taxed on contributions and you're not taxed on the gains. Amazing. Like absolutely amazeballs. However, okay, there is no legacy multiplier still, and those do need to be used for health related expenses. Okay, so that is the downside. Now, of course, once you reach full retirement age, you do have some options to use it for whatever you want. So I think that an HSA is certainly an underutilized retirement vehicle, but even then, it's still going to lack that legacy multiplier. Now, a 7702 plan is not a panacea. Okay, you are taxed on your contribution, so you are contributing after tax income. So I'm not saying that this is a holy grail, but it's pretty daggum close. That's a small contribution or a small price to pay, in my opinion, because it does have that legacy multiplier, which is a death benefit. Okay, so with these plans, they are on an insurance chassis, which means that as you go forward, your family would receive tax-free income as a result of you passing away. However, while you're living, you receive living benefits, your access to the cash value, and living benefits are things like if you were to have a critical illness, so like a cancer, heart attack, or stroke, or a chronic illness like a paralysis, then you would be eligible to receive effectively a certain percentage of that legacy multiplier while you're still living. So they are the bee's knees, in my opinion. All right. I'm going to keep going. I know that I have only about five or so minutes left, so I'm not going to waste too much more time because I do want to hit these last two sections. All right. So I did have a family protection protocol, and I can send this over to Fiona. This is part of the resources, so you all have access to this. Really, what it is a list of critical documents that you should have available in the event of an emergency. So things like making sure that your passwords are easily accessible. All of your bank accounts should have a transfer on death designation or payable on death designation. Right, all of your real estate. If your estate is, I'll use the word complicated enough to have a trust, then certainly making sure that you've funded the trust. I know so many people that I have a trust, but they haven't actually placed any accounts or any policies or any property inside the trust. So it's there, but it's basically of no use to them. So that family protection protocol goes through all those things. I'm going to keep going to the banking mastery because I think that's more of a interesting conversation. And then certainly if anyone wants to circle back to the other half, happy to do so. So as I started out, and I know I'm speaking quickly, but I'm trying to not do too fast. But as I started this conversation with EBITDA, right? So we're maximizing the enterprise value of our businesses. And we talked about how it's earnings before taxes, interest, depreciation, and amortization. We talked about taxes, right, and how to mitigate as much tax as possible, but we didn't talk about how to mitigate interest, okay? And so, again, interest is something that we all pay outside of our estate. So every credit card, I mean, I'm a points girl. I love all of my airline miles. But the truth is, every dollar that you pay in interest is money that goes outside of your estate that you will never recapture. And so the more we can minimize or eliminate our interest payments, so much the better. And so, what this is really a concept of how you can recapture more of your paid interest over time. And so, basically, it's about how you can become more efficient and strategic about where you store your business profits as compared to storing them in either low interest savings accounts or you leveraging credit cards and that sort of thing. Again, this is not a panacea. This is something you would build up over time. And over time, you're able to, let's say, divorce yourself more and more from the traditional banking system. So here's an example scenario. Let's say that we have just a modest business that earns about $50,000 in profit every single year. And at the end of the year, the business owner is like, I wonder where I should put my money. Well, in this scenario, this business owner decided to place their profits into one of these policies for 5 years. So $50,000 a year for 5 years. Oh, I talked about being a mommy, and I have a visitor. Bunny is here. So forgive me. Hi, Bunny. Mommy's
okay.
giving a presentation. Okay. Go ahead, pup. We have the baby, we have the puppy, we have it all. This is real life. Go ahead, pup. Go ahead.
Awesome.
Go ahead, pup. Go ahead. Go outside. Go outside with baby. All right. Mommy's almost done working. All right. So let's say the business owner invests $50,000 a year. Okay, no worries. The business owner invests $50,000 a year for 5 years. Okay. And what they do is they place their funds into one of these whole life contracts. But let's just use for simple math. By the end of year 5, they will have $200,000 in cash value. Okay. Let's say it's now year 6 and the business is able to take a $100,000 loan from the policy. Okay. And what that's going to mean is they can now either invest or fund a marketing campaign. They can invest in more equipment. They can expand. They can do whatever they want with that money. Okay. Now, why would they do that? Well, obviously, we are financially savvy around here, and we know that a loan is a non-taxable event. So that means that this $100,000 is not anything they have to go to their banker for. They don't have to go to the SBA to qualify for. The only qualification is to call up their insurance company and say, hey, I'd like to take $100,000 out, and there's no questions asked. Okay? That is the ultimate flexibility. All right? Over time, the business used their profits to repay the loan while the cash value continues to grow. So the reason why this is so advantageous is that not only does the business have the ability to use their money, however they want, but also because it's taken as a loan as opposed to a withdrawal, that means that entire principal amount, that entire $100,000 continues to grow as if it was never taken out from the policy, because that's not an actual loan from your policy. That's a loan from the insurance company's general fund. And so think of it as almost like a secured credit card or a secured loan that the insurance company is giving you that is secured by your policy, by your life insurance contract. And so with that, what's this over time, the owner certainly can repeat this process. No, don't press that. That's mommy's button. The, the owner can repeat this process. They're able to build wealth over time with funds. Please don't press that, baby. All right. And so what that means is now, let's say that we fast forward even more years, the business owner can use that as cash value, that income. They can take that policy and leverage it as tax-free income, even in their retirement years. So they've been able to have a place that pays them a greater return than a normal savings account. They were able to fund their business without having to take loans, right? They were able to.
I think you're muted again.
Can you hear me now?
Mhm.
Okay, sorry, he pressed the button. He pressed the mute button. I was just summarizing
okay.
that with this concept, the business owner is able to have a place to store funds that gives them greater income than their normal savings account. They're able to take loans, no questions asked, because it is their cash value. And then they're able to repay those loans back on whatever payment terms suits them the best. And then finally, at the end of the day, when it's time for them to retire, they can leverage that cash value again to have tax-free income that they can have during their retirement. So it really, really is just a really great, really great solution. So I know I'm just a few minutes over, but hopefully that was helpful, and it's really been a pleasure.
That's
So I'll stop sharing
awesome.
now.
No, that's really good. I loved a lot of that information, and it's very
Pleasure.
valuable, especially like you said, that banking mastery and stuff that helps
Yes.
be able to fund it and grow other ways. So excellent. Thank you so much for joining us and taking your time. And bye. All right.
Absolutely. It's been my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me, Fiona.
Thank you. See you. All right. So just give me a second. We're going to bring up our last speaker right now, Liam Thurman. He is, one second, let me grab him. We'll bring him up. Hi. Okay, let me get this here. He is he's the best-selling author of Closer's Edge, and that's what he is going to be talking about with us today to be able to help support sales, because even if it's retail, sales is still key because you have to sell everything to everybody. So whether you're selling someone to do a task or someone to help the customers, or just selling the products that Todd had mentioned before. So thank you, Liam. He's also one of my mentors and has been very invaluable. I've learned a lot of stuff, especially the mindset, because he has over 30 years experience in the financial industry, as well as selling and knowing the importance of that edge, that relationship building. So he's going to talk about that for us today, so we get an opportunity to learn. Oh, I think you're muted.
I had my mic muted because I was watching. I've been on here since you started, and so I had,
I appreciate that.
I tell people that I do that all the time just to kind of see how other people are doing. I look like I'm blurry. I don't know if it's my end or your end, but am I blurry on your side or not?
I see it's a little blurry. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if it's me or you. I don't know. It's not what I look like. It's what they hear that I hope they'll get them going. I did throw a question in there at the end there for Richelle. She works with us as well.
Oh, yes.
One of the things I wanted to point out is that when you're doing a if you own a store or something like that, a lot of times you can bonus yourself X amount of dollars, and what you do with that bonus is up to you. Now, then you write off the bonus. So if you bonus yourself X amount of dollars for your retirement or your disability plan or your health insurance or your employee things, a lot of times, at least in the United States, you can get a tax benefit for that. So that was one of the things that I tried to, it was too late. I couldn't get it in there, but I wanted to share that. She did a great job, and she's going to be in Dallas. She's in Dallas, I think, for family reasons. But she found out I was coming. She actually lives in Columbus, right behind me. So we're going to be doing a lot of things together. But yeah, I've got, me and you met a couple of months ago. We've been having a lot of fun, a lot of success. One of the things that I want, I'm going to take these off because that way I look like I'm not, my glasses are making me think it's even worse than it really is. But anyway, I can do a bunch of different things. I can talk about, it was so funny. One of the guys that I worked with a while back was saying, Liam, you got to have one direction. You got to have one thing that you talk about, and that's it. You got to be, and he's this great big guru, and he helps speakers and all that. And I said, maybe that works for everybody else, but I can talk anytime, anywhere on any subject. And he said, well, you can't sell that. I said, well, maybe not, but I've done quite well for 35 years, not 30 years. And so you made me a little bit younger today, but my wife will point that out and say that, no, it's 35. I actually started selling. It's so funny because in the book, which I'm going to push, The Closer's Edge, that, I've got 5 books out, but The Closer's Edge was my first bestseller. And I tell people that what's funny is the guy that did the foreword for me, Jeremiah Demery, he's a big time guy in our industry. A lot of people know him outside of the financial world too, but you always wonder if people actually read your book that write a nice thing about you too. And so in the last part of the book, I talk about when I was a little kid, when I was in first grade, right? And I used to sell bits and pieces of my mama's chocolate chip cookies. And so after a time, they called my mama and they said, do you ever notice anything different about Billy when he comes home? She said, well, all I know is when he comes home, he's got all kinds of nickels and dimes and quarters in his pocket. And they said, well, that's because he's selling your chocolate chip cookies. She goes, I don't give him that many. He goes, no, he breaks them up in little pieces and he sells them off. And so they wouldn't let me do that anymore. So then I began to do potato chips. I'd sell them a dime a chip. And so eventually I wasn't allowed to take my lunch. So that story being told, as I tell people, not everybody was born to sell. I believe I was. And that's why a lot of people hire me is because they weren't. And so 99% of us weren't born to sell, right? And sometimes it becomes it's just something we're thrown into, And so anyway, so Jeremiah had wrote in the front of the book that story, and it meant a lot to me. Not only the fact that he took the time, but he's way busier than I could ever think about being, and very successful young man. And it just meant a lot to me that he had read the book, right? And that kind of stuff. But the book's really good. The book's got a lot of different things. I had another guy call me the other day and said, man, he said, I read your book, and I thought he meant the Babe Ruth bucket because that's my best book. The one, that's what Richelle was talking about and all that. People, that's my claim to fame. I said, well, no, I'm glad you. So now I'm writing The Prospect's Edge, which goes alongside of The Closer's Edge. But I know, when you asked me to talk to retailers, I was married and still am married. She said, I better say that. My wife, we've been together 16 years, and she ran a boutique. And so I said to her, I said, Angie, I'm talking to all these retail people, and now I own the boutique with her, so I know enough about the headaches, and I know about the expenditures, but I didn't really know a lot about much because I just let her do it. I just heard her take it and do it. And so she did a good job for 8 years. We sold it. Now she's doing T-shirts and stuff like that. Actually, she's doing the mugs for my book. My book, there's 2 big phrases in there. One of them is shut up, right? When you're trying to sell something, learn to shut up. Let somebody tell you what they want. You can't talk all the time. And then the other one is yes, because I always say yes when I'm done talking. Yes. Now, my producer has gotten into that so much, he hates me. He goes, that's all I say. My kids go, Dad, why do you say yes all the time? He said, it's because of Liam. All he does is say yes. But that's what I want people to say, right? So if somebody brings something up and they're buying something, was there something else you would like with that? Yes. But maybe they do, they don't, So I asked my wife, I said, give me some of the things that weren't so good in the retail business, and a couple of things that were. And she said, some of the things that weren't so great were customers. You have to. The one gentleman earlier today talked about, that they're you can't get young people to work. Now, I believe that it's a small percentage. I believe that the majority of young people want to work and want to be entrepreneurs, but too many of them, I've got a daughter that I love dearly. I got 9 kids, 15 grandbabies. So one of my daughters one time was working we have a wine slushy thing that we take out into I'm big on passive income. So one of our trucks go out and she, well, I want to work the wine slushy truck for you. And she said, I said, no problem. So she does it, and she I told her how much we'd pay her and how much she got to keep the tips. Well, when she found out how much we made, she wanted a bigger slice of the pie. And I said, well, first of all, you didn't pay for the trailer. You didn't pay for the wine. You didn't pay for the permit. You didn't. I went down the list. Still didn't matter. So the young people today don't understand. And you know, I mean, I gave her a little bit more, but she never worked for me again. She'll tell you she begged to run that truck. I said, no, I can't afford you. I can't make it. And the truck is only for my foundation. I don't take any of the money. It goes to my making the difference. I said, you're taking away from the kids I'm trying to. So you got to find somebody else that's willing to share the profits on that. You didn't share no fees on getting it to that point. And that's probably the dilemma a lot of retailers run into. And I like what you said earlier about you wouldn't ask them to do anything you wouldn't do. And I do the same thing with my guys. Anytime I'm trying to tell the ladies or gentlemen that I'm working with, I've done what I'm trying to get them to try to do. If it's failed, I tell them, no, I wouldn't waste my time with it, And so a lot of times you have to do what you tell them to do. And when you said that, it ain't in my lane to clean the toilets, I bet you have cleaned your share of toilets, no doubt. And so, everybody's got to do their thing to get where they want to get. So she said one of the things was that you still got to remember that the customer is always right. Okay. And in the retail business, I would say she's right, because all it takes, especially if they get on social media, is one person just to be a jerk. And unless you're like some of the people that are out there, like I got a guy that Mike Driggers just did a horrible job for my company. And I tried to I can't even find a place to write a bad review, so I just do it wherever I talk. I don't know how he's got it fixed that nobody can say anything bad about him, but it is what it is. And so she was right about that. So she said, you still got to remember, even if you got to give up a little bit to keep that from happening, you got to do that. And then she said that the downtime, when you're in between seasons, right, it becomes a little struggle, and you've got to come up with some things, create some ideas, create some urgency. One thing we did this year, we run our foundation for 35 years, and we take care of kids. We do 1,000 Toys Christmas, all about that. And it's the first year we ever decided to do T-shirts, right? So we got the Grinch on the little thing here, and then on the back we got the wreath of all the Who's, and then it says 35 years of making the difference, whatever. We sold 200 shirts, right? And that created a pretty good a little bit of money for us to buy more toys. So next year I informed her we're going to try to do 1,000. So she's trying to she's scrambling already to how we're going to do that. So you've got to have things during the down season to continue to be able to be want people to come in. One of the things a couple of your people said earlier today too was that you got to compete with some of these bigger chain stores. And one of the things my wife was super good at was she would advertise, because in Canada, I'm sure they do the same thing. Support your local business, right? And so and people would come. She'd have a party. She would do a thing every year. There was her anniversary. She'd get a bouncy house. She'd have food trucks. She'd have music. And we'd have 2,000 or 3,000 people show up, right? We survived during the pandemic because she turned and went through the internet. She had no choice, right? And so we had to change our whole thing. But even when the pandemic was over, she kept that going with the other stuff. And so some of those things she would say, she said, the other thing is you always got to make sure that your customer knows where your website is, right? And you need to know that they need to know, be on Instagram, be on Facebook, be on TikTok, be on Pantera, be on everything. Associate with people that are in the same retail business that you're in. She had over 3,000 people in the business that she was in, with the boutique that were partners, and they would sell stuff, give you stuff, trade stuff. If they needed something, they saw it on somebody else. I mean, so network with your network. Yes. Okay. You thought you were going to get financial. You're probably going, I can't believe it. He can do anything. Now I'm going to get a call for somebody to have me sell donuts next. I don't know. Whatever. I don't care. Just call me. I'll do it. So the other thing would be is always make sure that your product is adaptable, right? Make sure it's adaptable, and make sure that you understand that sometimes this is their number one thing about the bad part, that you got to work a little bit longer, and 24/7. Sometimes that's what you got to do. Yes. And so you got to make sure that. Now, she said there's some good things that she wrote down. She said that the people that you meet and the relationships that you form are irreplaceable. And you got to remember that when you got somebody coming in. I remember she had a client come in, and this lady was meaner than a snake. And she was mad because she didn't get this shirt, this color, and she didn't like this. And my wife handled but behind the scenes, my wife wasn't happy, but she handled it pretty well. Well, and then my wife said, "You ain't gonna believe who came in here and ordered about 300 shirts." I said, she goes, "That same lady." And she said, and she had read on the internet where people don't like her because she does it to a lot of other people. But my wife was the only one that handled her the best way she could, right? Now she wasn't happy. Now she's like one of our best customers. So I tell people that, you got to look through people, not at them, right? And she was one of those people that, definitely was probably warranted, the people that said things about her on Facebook, because she was the nicest person. But my wife tried to turn that into the best circumstance she could, and it turned out to be a good thing. Now, holiday sales, she said, a lot of times people make mistakes. You got to make sure you prep those up before, right? You got to make sure that you don't get in the middle of, like, one of the things that she learned the lesson, like, when like Ohio State won the big thing for us this year. We're from Ohio State, so she had all the shirts ready and all that kind of stuff, so it worked out well. But if you're not prepared, like the Super Bowl, you don't know who's going to be in it until the last week. So now we know it's Kansas City, and we know that it's the Eagles, and we all know that Kansas City's going to win it because the NFL wants them to, and all that, And so I told her, go make all you want of Eagle shirts, because they're not going to win. It's going to be Kansas City, I guarantee it. And so, I'd rather my Cowboys, but next best thing is the Eagles. So there you go. So make sure you're prepared for the things that are going on during. Maybe like, one of the things I've never understood, and I guess they're doing more of it now, is the Grinch is so popular, right? And I said, why are we not doing Grinch shirts at Valentine's Day? Why are we not doing Grinch at Halloween? And I get it. They make $1 billion at Christmas. I understand that, right? But I looked into that, and I thought, wow, that would be, you could just make more and more money. But how much money do you need, right? I mean, unless you're a politician, you can answer that. I got enough, but they never seem to have enough, do they? And so anyway, so then I came up with, I thought to myself, okay, this part's easy. Let me just keep going with the retail mindset. I know Nick's watching, and he better be watching, and some other people be watching. I said, listen, you watch. I can talk about anything. So I looked up a couple stories you're probably familiar with. And I remember I pulled up a story that talked about, you've probably seen it before, the 2 not 3, right? The shoe salesman. He tells the story, and now every guru is using it like they thought of it, But this was written in the 1950s. I did my homework. And the guy said that whenever you bring a pair of shoes to a woman and she's got 2 already in front of her and she wants a third pair, you don't go get the third pair. You say, which one of these 2 do you not want? And then you take it away from her, and then you bring her a third pair. And you can do that pretty much with any kind of sales if you think about it, right? And so the whole objective is that if you've got too many decisions to make, a lot of times you won't make any, right? And let me tell you how that works. And I figured out a way. It only worked 3 times, but it works. How do you get your wife to tell you where she wants to eat dinner? Now, you know what I'm talking about, Fiona. Ain't no woman in the world. If you ask them where you want to eat, I want to eat over here at John Blow's Steakhouse. No. Oh, I don't care, honey. I don't care. So I figured out a way to get around that. Now, you gentlemen that are listening, write this down. And you wives, don't close your ears. I want them to be able to use it. So I said to my wife one day, I said, honey, guess what? I said, I'm going to take you out to dinner tonight on date night. She said, where are we going? I said, well, I'll tell you what. I said, I'm going to let you guess. It's one of your 2 favorite places. Oh, we going down there to so-and-so steakhouse? My God, you got it on the first guest. And so that's what we did. So that's what but if you're smart, you'll say, hey, honey, I've got 5 places that I want you to get. Then will get me 5 dinners. You know what I mean? So I tell people, always make sure that, when you're doing that, you got to do the same thing in sales. And so you've got to have, if you give them too many choices, they can't make one. So you got to take away some things, and that's where you go. So that'll help you out there if you're trying to take your wife out to dinner this weekend. We'll go there. Then I looked up who I think, I don't know if you've ever read the book Sam, but Sam Walton is probably one of the greatest retail salesmen ever. And he's got some of the neatest things in his book. Now, a lot of times when I'm teaching financial planners or stockbrokers or anybody that's trying to do it, I give them that book, and they say, why would you give us the book Sam? Why would you? He's got nothing to do with financial planning. Well, I said, well, read the book, and you come back to me and tell me what he doesn't have to do with financial planning. And in the book that Sam writes, he writes a book that says, and he teaches people to fail, right? And one of the things that I hate about Walmart, my wife loves it, and I think she's a part of it. I think she's a part of the conspiracy, because I love these cookies called Tate's. Oh my God, they're the best chocolate chip cookies you'll ever eat. And I can't never find them because they're never in the place that they were the week I tried to buy them. And I know she goes in there, and I know she does, but they do it all the time. And so I Googled, why does Walmart move everything around the store? Now, let's say you got a little mom and pop shop and you're listening in, and you say, what's that got to do with me? It's got everything to do with you. Move something from one side to the other. Get people to learn to look around. They're just looking in the same spot. I get why he does it, right? But it doesn't make me any less frustrating trying to find my Tate's cookies. Yes? All right. And so the other thing that he does that I think is pretty extraordinary is that he would tell his managers that, you know, this is your store. I want you to do whatever you want to do with it. He said, I'm gonna give you a heads up. I want you to understand something. He said, I want you to understand that when you do this, if it's something I don't like and it's not working, you're gonna put it back the way I told you. And they would, no problem. So they come in, he'd see some stuff and he'd be like, that just ain't gonna work. And they would say, well, it hasn't been working. And then they would do something else. And he said, if it did work, you're to let me know so I can tell all the other people. So that's why, again, if you have a network of retail people like what you're doing here, I know the first time you did this, you said you only had 2 people. Well, now you got 7 people, and then you'll have 100 people, and then you'll have 1,000 people. And I appreciate it as an honor just that you asked me to come, because I warned you. I said, listen now, I said, you either put me on first or you put me on last, because I go and go and go. And that's why a lot of people do that. And I love it. I don't know where it ever came from, but I've been blessed to be that person, and I enjoy it. So, and you're going to get 1,000 people. I'm going to ask God now that 1,000 people ask you, how do we get this guy to speak for us? And I'll give you a cut of that, Fiona. Sometimes it's a cut of nothing, ain't it? But anyway, so then I thought to myself, okay, now who else can we talk about? There's a couple of good examples. Let's go with everybody knows the guru John Maxwell, right? Now, John Maxwell, he will tell you the story of the 5 swings with an axe. And some people may or may not know that story, but he says if you got up every morning and you were given an axe, and everybody else had the same axe, and everybody had the same opportunity, that you would go out there and you would hit that tree 5 times. You don't get 50, you don't get 500. The message is that at some point, it could be 2 months, 3 months, 3 years, and something's going to happen. That tree's going to fall, right? And so the objective is his whole thing is, the whole metaphor is that in anything in your life, stay consistent, keep swinging, stay focused, you know, and if you do that, you'll be successful. There's times, I'm sure, Fiona, that when you've done what you've done and you've been quite successful in the retail business, that there might have been days where you didn't know if this was going to be the last day, or how are you going to get up the next morning, right? You know, there's some people that come to work sick, and there's some people that just, if they get just a little teeny sick, they don't come in. You got to have the mindset that I'm going to go in unless I can't come in, you know. Now, you don't want to get other people sick. I get all that. I understand that. But if it's just enough to keep you back, then maybe you should go. And so a lot of times people say, you know, well, how do I, you know, so if you're saying that we all have the same axe, we all have the same tree, that we're all going to be in the same boat. Well, that's where I differ with other people. You give me 5 swings and you get 5 swings, me and you're probably going to get that tree down a little faster. Now, people say, how do you do that? I said, well, my favorite storyteller is Zig Ziglar. Now, Ziglar would tell you a story about the man in the broken glass. Now, it fits very well with Maxwell's story. And I was telling, I think it was Derek Fay. I was talking to Derek on the thing. And I said, Derek, I said, listen, I said, I like this story. I said, but I would venture to say that if you gave me the axe, you gave me the same time frame, the same tree, I'd be done faster. I'd be done quicker. I'd be done. He said, but you can't have any more. I said, I get it. But most people are going to swing one side. I'm going to go to the other side. And the next day I'm going to go to the other side. I'm going to figure out a way to beat you to getting that tree down. I want to be successful tomorrow, not in a week. I want to be successful now, not years from now. How do I do that? What makes us any different? Well, we get up early, right? If the sun gets up before you do, you're already late. And my daddy once told me, and you tell this to your employees, if you come late, you can leave early. All right? You make sure you do that. Now you got to be, how do I get to be that person? You just be that person. You know, Martin Luther King, Elvis Presley, Trump, you know, all these guys, they didn't wake up one day and say they were going to be whatever. They just became that person, and they took it. Everybody in this audience can be that person. I honestly believe that. I tell people all the time, you're only a failure because you don't have the right mirror in front of you. Get the mirror with your face in front of it, not the person behind you telling you you can't succeed. There's only 2 things you need in life. That's a mirror and a Bible. And I don't even care if you're religious. A Bible is basic instructions before leaving earth. And a mirror will help you get rid of bigotry. It'll get rid of racism. It'll get rid of laziness, right? That mirror is powerful if you know how to use it. But make sure it's your mirror, yes? Okay? We'll take donations here in a minute. I know people are just loving this. I know at least one person. You having fun, aren't you? All right. So then here's the unbreakable glass story that I love that Ziegler tells. And I remember Ziegler once said, this guy was the number one salesman for years. And so the company, in their infinite wisdom, decided to bring him into corporate, right? And they said, the corporate said, hey, they said, what's your secret? What makes you so much better? Why is your tree coming down faster than anybody else's? And he said, well, I don't know. He said, I give people a piece of unbreakable glass, and I take that hammer and I smack it right in front of them, and they ask me, they buy this, it is buy and buy and buy. And he said, well, that's pretty cool. He said, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to have a big convention. We're going to have you share that story, and we're going to give everybody in the room a piece of glass and a hammer. And sure enough, they did that. And the next year, sales were double, triple, quadruple. Outstanding. But he was still the number one salesman, 2-1. And they said, well, brought him back in. They said, well, what did you do this time? And he said, what I did this time, he said, was I took the glass, I gave it to the individual, and I gave them the hammer. See, we all are given the same tools. I got the same breath that you breathe every morning. I got the same clock. I can either call it an alarm clock or I can call it an opportunity clock, right? I can do anything I want to do, yes? I mean, we have the same thing. I can play hooky one day, or I can go a little extra, right? I can do all the things you can do, and you can do all the things I can do, but one of us do it better than the other. Why is that? Well, because that person has a little more drive. That person, what you're doing here is outstanding. More people should do it. And if it takes you another show or two, that's fine, right? Keep doing it, because there's somebody that's going to get something, right, out of all of what you try to do. And so I tell people all the time, I say, now, when I get done with all those stories, they say, well, you're the big guy. What about you? Well, of course, I've got quotes in my book, and I thought I'd read a handful to you and let you guys see what you think now. And I'm going to mix them up a little bit. I got this one here is on page 117, and it says, the only time you ever reach backwards is when you're helping somebody get forward. And I think you talked a little bit about that today, about helping your employees, helping your people, and doing the things. Richelle talked a little bit about helping, you got to have these things in place, or they're going to hurt people in the long run. Yes? Okay. Let's look at another one. I got another one. I'm giving you the pages. I know they're going to buy the book. 114. It says, always set unattainable goals and try to get further than most will ever even try. And I tell people, they say, well, you're talking about getting unattainable goals. That means you ain't going to make it. I said, no, if you ever listen to Matthew McConaughey when he was asked who his hero is, and if not, you make sure you Google that when you're done. He said he was his hero in 5 years. And he said 5 years later, the same person asked him, who's your hero? Are you your hero? No. He said 5 more years. He said, I realized that I'm never going to be my hero, but I got to have something to chase all the time. One of the things I remember when I just had a little bout of cancer and I had to go to radiation, and it was in my lymph nodes. So they said, they told me you're going to be dead in 4 months, and that was 3 years ago. And we all got stories like that. That's not the story. The story is what was on that wall. It said, "Never stop planning. Never stop planning, no matter what circumstance you're dealt." Right. And so those are the things there. So the Matthew McConaughey story is a good one to watch. Now, the other thing that I got, this will be on page 104, deliver on your promises. Well, tell somebody you're going to get them that extra thing they wanted, Fiona, and you don't do it. Because delivering on your promises is just as powerful as not delivering on your promises. Yes? Am I wrong? All right, let's see. We got another one. I think I marked them. Here's another one we got on page 44. When you find yourself in a sales situation, it's important to recognize that you are a partner with that individual from there forward. So when they come into your store, they buy what you're buying, or anything that you're doing, that's part of you now. That's a relationship that you've developed, and you want to keep that. Yes. I love it when Medicare people tell me all the time in the Medicare business, oh, every Medicare, they got that lady with the big glasses on the TV. I don't know if they sell Medicare in Canada, but it's a big thing here. Like you're 65, you get us. And so anyway, so they say every year I got to go out and fight to keep my clients. And I said, well, you wouldn't have to do that if they had other things with you, right? So if you're just selling one thing, that's the problem you're going to have. You want to build a relationship. You want to say, Miss Jones, I appreciate you buying whatever you guys sell. You know what? Next week we got a sale coming up. I want to make sure that you knew about that. Well, I appreciate that, Fiona. I'm going to come back. Now, Miss Jones, don't you come back by yourself. Right? Right? Okay. All right, so let's look at, I think I got one more here. This one here is on page 8. So you can get this one pretty quick when you get right to the book. It says, if you are a step above, Fiona, if your mindset is, if your customer gives you $1 or $1 million, it don't make no difference. It's still a sale. Yes? See, we don't remember what it was like back in the day when people used to walk over dollars to pick up nickels. Take what you get and be happy with what you got. Yeah, I remember one time I preached in the church, and I remember we have a foundation and we do a lot of good things. And I remember this lady came in and she was like, they called her a laughing preacher or whatever. They gave her $100,000. And then when it was my turn to speak, I got $100. I was so mad at God. I was just mad because I'm there. She's going on to the next church to get them laughing and whatever. I was so mad at God. And I remember driving home that God said, how much did you have when you got there? And we were just starting our ministry. We didn't have nothing. And that $100 went a long way. And I never forgot that. And I said, I would like to have had the 100,000, Fiona. That would have been great. We could have done great things, but God wasn't ready for me yet, right? And I'm not so sure that I still think that was a fair deal, but God does what God does. You know what I'm saying? So I hope this was helpful. I know you want to ask me some questions, so I want to leave a little time for you. How we do?
Yeah, I think it was great. I loved a lot of the information and taking that that you went and asked your wife as well for her boutique and like to get the tips for the retail too. So that's awesome. I appreciate that because I know sales, it very much like the principles are the same, right? Like it just needs a tweak a little bit for the different industries that you're in, but selling is selling and it's how you feel and the connections and making people feel important and stuff.
Absolutely.
It's awesome.
And I know one of the things we had talked about before, like in the green room, about people say to me, you know me when I'm not in front of the camera. And I remember listening to Zig Ziglar one time. He said that he was at an airport, and he said this guy was looking at him and just looking at him. He said, "Come up to me." He said, "Are you Zig Ziglar?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "Well," he said, "you wouldn't know it." He said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, you're just standing there." And Ziegler said, "What was I supposed to be doing? Walking up and down the thing till I got my ticket? Was I supposed to be shouting and yelling and screaming?" But the sad thing is, that's pretty much what I do when I'm not on camera. Like, who is that weird guy? That guy just crazy. But I can't go into a room where nobody wants to talk. I can't be invited to a party where you don't want to party. I don't, it's just my personality. And I know, and I try to get other people. Like I try to, one of the greatest things I've learned is to ask questions and let people talk, right? And so a lot of times it's hard to do that. But a lot of times, when you're the life of the party, you got to figure out how can I get other people involved, and how can I get and that's a tough task sometimes because not everybody has your personality, right? And sometimes you got, I remember I spoke at we have a big guy, Tom Hagney, big top guy, big way up guy. And I've learned one of the books I'm working on is called On the Shoulder of Giants, right? You got to learn to not be afraid of those people, right? And I've done a mastermind with him, and I've done other things. I remember I did an event with him, and he's an old retired colonel, and I remember the joke that I told to his audience didn't go over very well. And I told my wife, I said, the second one did, which I didn't think was nearly as good as the first one, but you got to know your audience, right? But you got to have a backup, Fiona. So those things. But so with what you're doing now, I know we talked about, and now I already know you're going to put my book in your lobby. I'm not even worried. I keep showing that. You're supposed to put, George said he gave you something so you can put on there later on. But what are some of the things that you might have question-wise, if any at all? I know we got a couple of minutes here, but whatever you need to do, let's do it.
I know I did take the time the weekend to actually read the book, and you said it's available on Amazon, but it's also available on Amazon Kindle Unlimited. So that was the opportunity too, right? So I use the Alexa app, so I was able to listen to it while I was getting things done and everything. So it makes it a lot easier, and I found it very interesting. I loved a lot of the stories that you put into it. And what I found pretty cool too is how you do that ABC, which is always be closing, and that allowed you to get like 365 clients per year on a regular, like for a decade straight, right? Like to be able to continue working on selling and stuff. So what helped you with that consistency to be able to get to that point where it was a lot easier?
Well, for me, I think the best thing was, again, I don't joke around. I actually did start at 6 years old. I was in the Titus Preaching Club at 12. I've been doing this most of my life, but I would tell you the story that probably made me what I became. And, my father used to drop me off every morning. My dad was a CPA and accountant. My dad's success story is way more than mine could ever be. My dad left us in 2010, but my dad was an orphan in and out of foster homes. My dad had a rough life. So my dad ended up owning nursing homes and hospitals. He built the very first Alzheimer's facility, as far as I know, in the country that was just for Alzheimer's patients. So my dad was a pretty clever guy. And my dad wasn't a long-winded guy. My dad would give you little tidbits like life's like a crap sandwich. The more bread you got, the less crap you got to eat. He would give you little things like that. My mom, on the other hand, she'd give you a whole lot of fluff and you'd have to figure out what it was. But one day in particular, he got me a I remember going on this summer job, and it was at a roofing company. And he dropped me off at 6 in the morning. He picked me up at 2 o'clock. I remember from 6 to 12, I was out in the backyard in the hot sun in the middle of August or whatever it was, taking the metal off of the tar. And man, I tell you, I hated it. But it got worse, Fiona. From 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock, I cleaned 26 urinals and crappers and I'm 12 years old, right? So I'm in there scrubbing, and oh my God, couldn't have asked for a worse summer in my life. And I remember coming home on the last day, and my daddy looked at me, and I didn't talk to my dad. You got to remember, the entire summer, I didn't say I hated him. And I remember him taking me, and we were driving home, and he looked at me and said, "Son, I know you're mad at me." And he said, "But I want to tell you something. I was trying to give you a lesson in life." He said, "If you can ever do it, son, don't ever work for anybody." And I never had. I've been on my own. I had 20-some jobs before I got out of the Army and all that. But when I started my career, it was one thing, and that was it, working for me. I became one of the greatest financial planners in the country. I've written 5 books. I had $10 million in sales for 10 straight years. I had 365 clients over a 10-year period. I did all those things. I quit writing in 2009, and I started doing consulting. And people said, you're making a big mistake. You're going to lose money. And my money quadrupled because I was teaching other people to do what I learned how to do. And then when 9 got here, and then I got to 16, and you know my story, I got frontal lobe dementia. I'm living with that, and I don't know how long this is going to last. And so I'm trying to give as much as I can before I can't. Right. And I tell people, they say, well, why do you tell that story? I say, well, I want to be transparent. I have issues. I have things that I'm carrying that are heavy loads too. Right. And they say, well, how do you stay positive knowing what's coming? And I tell people, I'm in year 10. Bruce Willis is in year 12. So I figure I got maybe 2 years left, maybe. Right. And I hope I get more. My doc thinks I'm going to make it 20. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But I tell people, I have a nephew who's got Down syndrome, and every single day he wakes up happy. That's my hero. I tell people, whenever you're having the worst day of your life, before you pray for yourself, pray for somebody that's got it a little bit worse than you do. Right? You gotta be one of those people that have a mindset of I love the story of the 2 guys that went to Kenya, right? And there were 2 shoe salesmen. They were going to sell all these shoes. And I remember the first guy gets off the plane, and nobody there has shoes. Nobody. And he calls back and said, "Give me a ticket back home. This is BS. I'm not wasting my time." As soon as he gets off the phone, the other guy gets on the phone, because they only had one phone. It's Kenya, for God's sakes. And he said, "Listen," he goes, I didn't bring enough shoes. And I can give you one last example about the man in the window, right? I remember there's 2 men. They were sitting by I love to tell stories, so if I'm going too long, just cut me off. But so this man is sitting by the window of the hospital. And they bring this other guy, and he's just the meanest, hatefulest guy in the world. But neither one of them can get up. And the guy by the window, every time the old man would wake up, he'd say, "What's going on out there?" He said, "Well, today you got there's a little boy with a balloon." And every day he had a nice story that he would tell him. And finally, the man by the window died. And so the guy that wasn't by the window got the opportunity to get that window seat. So he wanted to be by the window. And they get him all over there, get him all dressed up, and they pull the curtain back, and they let him in there. And he's so excited, and he looks out the window, and it's a brick wall. So you got to ask yourself, which one of those people are you? Now, I get it. There may be some of you that are that. I get it. But you can change. You can change. I know a lot of people that I've worked with and trained and talked to sometimes. You got to, my dad told me the greatest thing he ever told me was learn to let go. He'd always say to me, "Billy, I don't care." And I'd get aggravated. And I sat down with him one day. I had a beer with him when I was older. I was old enough to talk to him. I said, "Daddy," I said, "why do you tell me you don't care?" He said, "Son, it's got nothing to do. I care. I just want you not to. We carry too much stuff. We live too short. This life, 75 years is an hour and a half to God. Let it go. Let it go." Right? Be happy. He said, oh, it's easy for you to do. You got all, I got 9 kids and 15 grandbabies. 5 of them were girls. Baloney. Did I have it easy? I don't even have to know Jesus. I get to walk into heaven and he said, you raised 5 girls? You're in, buddy. Am I wrong? Hey, I don't know if we're going long or not, but I appreciate it. I had a great time. I hope you had fun.
Yeah, it was really good. A lot of great information and stuff. I know you also mentioned that you have like you're doing consulting now to help support people for the financial. And if you want to take a couple minutes to talk a little bit about that, to share how people can reach out to you and get your support for them.
Yeah, one of the things that I do, even though I don't sell anymore, I come up with ideas all the time. And one of the things I tell people is if your parents are young enough, right, to put insurance on your parents, if people say, well, why would you do that? Well, I tell them, well, because you can create a legacy for them, number one, but number two, let's say you put let's say you're, and again, they got to be right around, you can do it at 70, but I like them around 65, 64 and back, because you can get like a term policy or something like that. But the reason why I say that is because that, let's say you put $1 million in and it's a 30-year term, right? Like in our family, all my kids, instead of doing 401ks, my 4 kids put so much money in the bucket, and when I die, they get X amount of dollars. My wife has 4 kids, they did the same thing, and they get X amount of dollars. But my wife's 10 years younger, so she'll be 78 when hers expires, right? And so people say, well, now what are they going to do? Because the insurance is going to go up. She's probably going to outlive it. I said, well, in our banking system, if you go down with a $2 or $3 million note that needs to be funded, they'll fund that as long as they can be they get their share. You can't get better than an insurance policy, right? And so it works out just fine. But there's 3 things that it does for the individual. For the individual, it gives them a legacy that maybe they didn't know they could create. It gives you the opportunity, like my mama, I had 700 on my dad, $1 million on his partner, and 400 on my mama. And my mama just died in July, and we took 200 over 400 of living benefits, because you get half of that money while you're alive. And we built an apartment in my basement for her, so I could fulfill the promise I made her that she wouldn't die in a nursing home. And she didn't. She died down in the basement. And so that being said, putting insurance on it's just thinking outside the box. A lot of people don't do that. The other thing, like I was saying about, Richelle's thing, she was talking about, bonus yourself the dollars you want to spend. And a lot of times you don't have to pay tax. They don't even care what you put the money towards. So you cannot write off health insurance. You cannot write off disability. I understand that, but you can most certainly write off the bonus. And then what you do with the money is yours. So I'm a real out of the box kind of guy, right? Like I tell people, I was talking to a guy the other day, and we was in the gym, and he's a dentist, and his buddy that works out with him, his wife is his partner. And he said, they keep bugging him about doing a buy sell and a split dollar. And I'm going to say one little teeny cuss word, so cut it out. It's not a bad one, but I'm just me. I'm just real. And I said, so you're going to let that bitch walk into your office and tell your wife that she owns it? And he goes, it just made him think, right? He goes, oh, you put it that way, I need to get moving on that, right? And that's all buy sell is that you want to make sure that you have enough money. And his wife has the power now, because they've got a policy where his wife comes in and say, listen, what are you going to do? She said, well, I'm going to buy you out, or you're going to buy me out. So the money's there, so either way it could be done. So you have to have a different, you already know this, right? The reason why I wrote the Babe Ruth bucket, I had to show this one too. The Babe Ruth bucket. All this is exactly what I just talked about. But if I put in here how to do buy sell, how to do IUL, no one's going to pick it up. But if they see it's the Babe Ruth bucket, what are they going to do? They're going to say, what's this about? Well, of course, it's going to see Liam on the front, so we know they're going to buy it. But anyway, that's what I would tell you, is that's what I just try to find something to be different. I could be selling a sportswear. It doesn't matter. I've always been that guy to try to figure out, if we all have the same thing, what makes me different? What makes me better? And a lot of times it can be energy, right? It can be knowledge. That helps, right? It can be being a good lister. My dad was probably the greatest lister I've ever known. And I tell people that I don't go to his grave, because he always told me that he wasn't going to be there anyway. But I go there to talk to my dad, and he's just as good of a lister as he ever was. Right. And it helps me. Right. Sometimes it just helps. Right. But to answer your question, you just got to find something that sets you apart. Right. And people say, that's the guy, all I've ever done is seminars, webinars, and group selling. I don't do one-on-one. I can, but I don't, because that's how people say, how do you get 365 people? Well, I did 30, 40 people in an hour. Now, how many people can you see in an hour if you go see them individually? It's going to take you a month and a half. I can do what you can do in an hour. Who's going to be further ahead, me or you? Right?
Mhm.
Right? You see what I mean? And so a lot of times when you're trying to do like in retail, how would I roll that into what you're doing? Well, get all your retail people together and do a meeting like this, and everybody share, and that way you don't have to call one person all the time, right? Everybody can come together and say, well, gee, I wrote down notes from every single speaker that you had, and there was good stuff. I went to the guy with the because I want to write a children's book for my mama. And I'll tell you a quick story about that in a second. But I went to his ornament thing. Pretty cool website, pretty neat. He just had an idea and he went with it, right? And so my mama was real bitter. My mama she had a rough life, and she would tell you, and so and she would even say she wishes she wasn't so bitter. And I told her, I said, Mama, do you ever have any good stories? She said, I don't have any good stories. I said, I remember when I was a kid, you told me the story about the butterfly shoes. And she said, what are you talking about? I said, when you got butterfly shoes when you was in first grade or kindergarten. Remember, Mama, you came home and you said, look, I got butterfly shoes. All the other kids had red and they had blue. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm writing a children's story. So I get on, I'm telling this story. I get done with it. And a real nice story about the butterfly shoes. And she looks at me and she goes, that wasn't me. And I said, Mama, I'm going to write you a story, and it's going to be called Terrence Sue's Butterfly Shoes. So be on the lookout for that, because that's coming.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. That's awesome. All right. Kind of another quick question to ask you about it. Like, if someone is struggling with their sales and just being able to implement different methods that you've talked about, or just the different quotes and stuff, what would you recommend for them?
My whole strategy is like, especially with people that do what we do. I tell them, and you can do it in anything. You can roll it into any kind of sales. You talk to 100 people, not on the phone, not leave a message. You talk to 100 people, and none of those 100 people buy. You're probably in the wrong business, but you'll never get to that 100th person. You never will. You just won't. Even if you're the worst salesman in the world, you're bound to stumble on something. Yes? Okay. So I tell people all the time, I said, listen, if you've got to like what you do, you got to like who you are, right? And as long as you have those two things under your belt, you'll be fine. Are there going to be bad days? Are there going to be days where you think you're going to have a lot of sales? I mean, there have been times where I've got 4 or 5 appointments and none of them mesh out. I've done a seminar before, and we usually average 10,000 to 100,000 in commission sometimes. Pretty nice thing. Well, I went 3 seminars, which is 3 months, 90 days. We didn't sell anything. I didn't quit. My 4th seminar, we made $97,000. So now, at some point, right, and I would say this more for athletes than anybody else, you got to know when to hang up the cleats, right? I mean, I played minor league baseball, and I went in the Army. I got out. I wasn't done. I still wanted to try. I played a freshman year with Ohio State, and I played a year with the AA Tigers, the Detroit Tigers. But a guy had called me in his office, one of my dad's partners who played basketball with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and he was an older guy. He sat me down, big old guy, 6'8", 6'9". He said, listen, Billy, you got to make a decision. You got 5 kids under the age of 5. At some point, you got to give up that dream. And as soon as I gave up that dream, I got a call from the Leonard Reds, the third AAA. And I'm like, I said, nope, I made a choice. So if I can give you any advice, make a choice and make a decision and stand by it. And if that decision sometimes means you're going to get beat up a little bit because you got to stay a little longer, maybe you got to work a little harder. The days can't be the same every day, or they wouldn't have a different letter in front of them, right? Now, I know every day's got a Y in it, but they all don't have, Tuesday and Thursday, the only ones you got to worry about, right? And every day you wake up and every day you say to yourself, when I go in to speak, when I came in to do this, I don't know if anybody else did, but I got notes, I practice, and people say, why do you practice? You could do this on a whim. I get it. I've done a lot of impromptu speeches, but I wanted to do you right because you did me a favor and let me be on the show. And people say, well, it is what it is, but you do the best you can with what you got, and you try to do better every single time. And I don't know. When I look back at this, I might see some things and think, man, because I always ask people, and this is the last funny story you get to hear. I was in Florida doing a TV show. And I remember it's no different than like when you guys are done with your day, bring your team together and say, listen, what did we do really good today? What did we not do so good? and work on that. Now, I got done with this TV show, and I brought the crew in, the producers, and everybody said, now listen, what did I do that was so great? Oh, man, your energy, man, you tell funny jokes, you're a storyteller, man, you're the best there ever was. Okay, that's enough of that. You want to do that first because you want to be pumped up for what's coming next. And so then I said, what did I do that wasn't so good? And they said, man, we really couldn't think of nothing. You're an unbelievable guy. And I said, well, I did something. Tell me. So this guy that was the cameraman stepped behind the camera and he said, well, I can give you something. I said, well, what is it? And at the time, now, you know, I've lost 60 pounds. I'm trying to lose weight. I was real fat and all that stuff, you know. And I didn't have the right, I didn't bring the right shirt with me. So the shirt was, the buttons were popping out. When I saw the video, I couldn't believe it. And he said, maybe next time you do this, you should bring a shirt that fits. And so we all laughed and had a chuckle. And they put that out on the internet. I couldn't believe it. And so I told my wife when I got home, I said, boy, I tell you what, I ain't doing that again, you know. But that's what I would say helps you is talk about what you did right. And you don't need a bunch. And you don't need a bunch of what I did wrong, right? I can't fix everything overnight, but I can fix one thing at a time. Yes? Because you don't want to hurt people's feelings and you don't want to get them down the dumps. And listen, I'm trying to make us better. I'm not trying to make anything worse. What can we do to improve? You know, if you have a slow day, maybe that's the best day to enjoy your employees a little bit more than you normally do. Yes?
Yep.
Right?
Awesome. All right. And if anyone wanted to get in touch with you, what would be the best way for them to do that?
Well, if they send me big checks, I answer those first. So $100 million, $1 million checks, I get right on the phone. They can get me at the Liam Group at gmail.com. They can get me, I think you can get me, where else have you got me at? If you just go to Facebook, it's William Thurman Preacher Bill, right? And then you can get to all my groups and things like that. The school thing there that you got, I do a school program. We charge people $97 a month and they get everything you can think of. It's oriented towards the financial world at some points, but we're starting to move it into different kind of sales because a lot of people saying, you know, even if you're not in the financial world, they get a lot out of what we do there because we teach things that we're teaching here. So we do kind of do that and then that kind of stuff. But the Liam Group is probably the best way. I don't have a problem with them calling me, 937-672-1961. You're welcome to call me. I answer my phone calls. And so, you know, let me know who you are. A lot of times they go, who is it? You know, Fiona told me to call. Okay, good. We're good to go. But that's the way to do it. And then again, I have a producer, George Farnell, and he's a good guy that you can get with as well. I think he's at georgemfarnell.com. Let me double check that. He's my producer and he's my guy that gets everybody, you know, if they need anything, let me double check. Cause yeah, he is, let's see. George M. Farnell, Farnell at gmail.com. He books all my speaking engagements and all that kind of stuff because he gets a little piece of it. So he's like, you know, I'm kidding. He gets a big piece of it. What he does. You met George. George does a good job, doesn't he? He's a great video guy and he does a lot of cool things. I think he's helped a little bit with some of the things that you've done as well. So anyway, that's how you do it. And hopefully we'll be back on here the next time. I know you want to do these twice a year, I think is what you're trying to do. Yes? Four
times.
Well, the next two times are going to cost you.
Yeah. And I'm doing one for my other coaching as well to help with the trauma and stuff. So like I want to be able to help support that part too, but just to kind of help find different ways to be able to connect with people and get some people in the audience. But I know Delisa came back. We were going to do a VIP QA, so I'll bring her up as well. I know some of the speakers were probably not able to. Hey, Delisa. Right there. Hi.
So you did outstanding, by the way. I watched every presentation this morning. You did very, very good.
Oh, thank you. How are you? I was just in the backstage listening to you go.
No, I don't ever stop. My wife will tell you, I'll be going when you guys hang up.
And that's the best part. Well, look at that big cup of tea. So yeah, you're energized.
I say Buckeyes. If I get on there you go. There you
go. Awesome. All right. So I didn't see any questions come up for any people because I know unfortunately my Facebook group, the Streamyard, even though I had the stream keys on there and everything, it just did not connect into the group. So what I'm going to do is kind of cut this out for different ones and just throw it into the group for the people that are coming, as well as anyone that did register, they'll get the email to be able to connect. And I'm going to share all the recordings for everybody so that everyone gets a piece of their presentations and they can do what they want with that too. So cut it into reels, make something out of it. A lot of valuable nuggets in the different areas. So, but I guess we could take maybe 15, 20 minutes, just kind of ask some questions, just to see if we want to talk back and forth as well, and see if anybody does come on and see if there was any comments on any of the sections. So what I did ask last year that I thought was really fun is, what is your personal definition of success? Because it really depends on every individual person. So if
That's
Delisa,
a
if you
big
wanted to
question.
answer first.
Oh
Put you
gosh,
on the
no,
spot
I
there.
didn't want to answer.
I'm gonna let ladies go first. How about that?
I did not want to answer first. I'm like, oh my God. You know,
It's like, I know.
that question is such a tough question for me because, every stage that I'm in my life or the different seasons, then there is success. So it looks very, very different. But for right now, in this season of my life, what success looks like, a big part of it is with my daughter and her growth, because she's transitioning from grade 7 to 8 years old, and these are special times. And of course, for those of you that don't know, she's co-founder with me. So there's a lot of things that's happening. A lot of people don't fully understand her unless they are other kids or entrepreneurs or stuff like that, and how she thinks. And so it's really great because then you're going from baby to child. The first 7 years more like a baby section. You're starting to really come into your own. And that for me is so successful because I'm seeing how she's handling her relationships. I'm seeing how she's standing up to bullying. I'm seeing how she's building a community of little leaders. I'm seeing how she's navigating her own emotions and learning mastery of self. And these are in like small increments. I don't want people to think like this is grown up talk here. No, this is of that of a child, and that for me it's so powerful. Because then I also see her saying she, what she wants, because she knows what she wants to do every year, every 2 years. This is what I'm meant to do. This is where I'm meant to be. So that for me is like such a huge success. So it gives me hope for the future from a parental standpoint. From a personal standpoint, oh gosh. What I'm doing right now is success. Like hosting the events and building the community is so successful to me, and being able to work with others, like with clients, and being on the boards like that for me is such a huge success. And then of course doing the podcast that I do. I love doing these things. I love learning. I love sharing. I love like celebrating others. And of course, I love celebrating my own life too, like by going out and doing all the fun things that I like to do. I don't share a lot of it online because for me, it's very personal. I'm not I'm not as spoken as I like how you would, you're there, you're walking and you could talk. I can't do that. I don't know why I cannot do that. It is so hard for me to do that. But I admire the fact that you do that. But for me, just to do the things that I love and to be in the places and in the spaces and be welcoming and opening, it's so great. I know I'm talking long because it's just us, so it's okay. One of the funniest thing that I found in terms of success, like what does it mean to be success? I went to a few networking events this week, including the one that I hosted. And I got the same comment at all times. Like they would say, when I look at you at first, you seem so reserved and more formal. But then when I say hi to you, or if you say hi, having that conversation, you're completely different. You're so open and welcoming and fun. And I was like, oh, that's so great. Like, so you want that connection with people and it's so awesome. But then I had to stop and think. And I'm like, huh. I don't realize that you're portraying that. So for me, I was always thinking, wow, I'm living this life. This is how I want to be. This is my success. But then I get this comment of how I am perceived. even by people who
Mhm.
may know me, some who may not know me, they're meeting me for the first time or not, and they're saying the same thing 3 times in a row in 1 week, in 7 days. I was like, maybe I gotta smile more or something. I don't know what it is, but like, anyways, that was a non-answer answer, I guess.
That was perfect. That's awesome. All right, how about for you, Liam?
Well, I tell people that my dad was pretty special to me, and like I said, I lost him in 2010, and the unfortunate thing that we don't listen to our parents till long after they're gone, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And I remember my dad always said to me, he said, Billy, he said, I always wanted him to come hear me preach. Dad, you got to come hear me preach. And my dad didn't accept the Lord until a year before he passed away. That meant a lot to me. And my sons were in the same room, and he held all of our hands, and tears came down his face. And everything you could ever want was awesome. And to me, that's success. He spent his entire life chasing after something because he was an orphan, and he would always tell you, I never needed God then, I don't need God now. And I would say, Dad, look at all the things that happened. You got your degree, you got your master's, your bachelor's, you worked for a corporation, you ended up building nursing homes that nobody ever thought about building, and you did all these things. God opened up so many doors, and he could never get that, And then one day I was out doing what I do, and my son called me. He said, Dad, sorry about that. Me and my grandson and him were out running around, and he was in a truck, and he said, it was snowing out real bad, And he said, look, there's Papa over there on the side of the street. And little Cole said, what's Papa doing? My son goes, I don't know what he's doing. He said, let's watch. So they're at the light, and they're watching me, and I'm out of the truck, and I'm talking to this guy, and Austin figured it out. My son, he goes, look, he don't have any shoes on. Papa's going to put him in the truck and go get him some shoes. Sure enough, I did. See, I didn't have to tell my grandson. He got to see it. Now, there's other times I wish he had seen Papa get angry at a football game. I mean, it works both ways. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But my dad, if he taught me anything, he would rather see a sermon than hear one. Mm-hmm. And I think too many times we don't know who's watching us. We don't know. And he was only 6. And he told me the other day, we were on our 34th year of delivering turkeys and doing gifts. And he said, Papa, this is my 4th year helping you. And it means something to him. And he goes, I'm going to run this when you don't run this no more, Papa. And I said, man, I hope you do, And it would have been okay if I sat and told him, hey, Papa went and got you. But it isn't my place. I don't know how many times Jesus would have had to sit down and say, hey, did you guys remember when I healed the leopard? Or, hey, you guys remember when I walked? He didn't have to tell nobody. Mm-hmm. Right? They just knew, and they would share what he done, And I'm not saying, I know people got different beliefs. Yeah, but we all can't be right. I said, if we were all right, we'd all be wrong. You know what I mean? So we got to be careful with that. But I think if I were to say anything about success, you have to be able to accept failure, or you're never going to be successful. I don't think that you can. There's some people, like I laugh all the time, that Justin Bieber wrote his biography at 16. I'm writing mine at 58. So there's a different level of what people would call success, right? And so, but if I were to give it one sentence, it would be, you have to be willing to fail, and because there's too many people that have gone that road, right, than just walking right out and becoming. And even the ones that are handed a silver spoon, a lot of times their stories don't end very well, do they?
100%. Liam, I like what you were saying, and you were talking about the connection, the family unity, which is so important. And of course, the elders, you touched on that, the wisdom of the elders. And that was so huge for me. And that's such a big point in my home that, and I value that. And I wanted to share that with my daughter. And so in saying that, like, that's how our relationship with her grandmother and her great grandmother is. And this is beyond a respect, to the point where at one time, everyone goes through that complaining phase a little bit, like, oh, why? Even my mom, like, why are we going to this market? Why are we doing that? And I was like, you know what? It's the moment. I go, we will never get this moment again. And because of that, as you were sharing your story with your grandson there, Liam, I was like, I'm so happy that you 100% confirmed everything that we're going through, because my daughter would say, I'm just enjoying this moment. Let's enjoy this moment. Let's be in this moment. We'll never ever get it back. But she will have memories from, from all these years that is just reinforced and compounded, right? Year after year, day after day, minute after minute of it. And I also see, like the character and the integrity when we're talking about legacy, and you were sharing a little bit with your grandson, um, with my daughter, like how she handles relationships. So she was severely bullied and threatened and stuff, and lost friends because we had to switch schools. So of course, no more friends. Um, but even the other day, like she's so loyal and she has like such character and integrity and like just love and compassion for those who are her friends, and because she knows what type of friend she wants to be and what type of friend she wants, so she shares that. And one of her really good friends who she genuinely just cares for, just we don't even know what's going on with that, but she just like switched. And you sometimes we think like this doesn't just happen, but it's like overnight this girl like just switched. So it could be maybe she's having issues at home or something, but it was great to see my daughter still saying, I wonder what's going on. I wonder if she's okay. If she doesn't want to be my friend, it's all right. And I share this because some people may not think this is success. And this is exactly what you were talking about, Liam, when you were getting a little choked up. I felt it in my heart because that really is the success. I know many people say, no, you have to have the car that you want or the house that you want or spend the family time. And yes, we all need that. But people forget money's flow. It's continuously flowing. It's always in motion, right? It will come to you, it will leave. It's always in motion. But it is these moments and these times and these relationships that we're building that's really successful. That's where that success lies. It's seeing that what you've learned from your father, you've taken it, Liam, and you've expanded on that, and then your son, and now your grandson, and for many generations after you're gone and in the heavens, untold generations, they're learning from you right now. So it may not be handing out the turkey, they may not be doing, but there's something else that they're going to be giving because they've received a value. All because your little grandbaby is saying, Papa, I'm going to be doing this. Do you know this is our 4th year? Do you know this is our 5th year? Like he takes this so personal and he takes this inwardly, and that for him is success. This for you is success. You're showing him humanity and strength and compassion and love for his neighbor without making it about anything else other than that. And you can't, even when we look at every single person, I'm just name dropping Tony Robbins, for example, a big part of his life right now through his wife, Sage, is showing their family. He's like, this is it. And, even, and I'm just going to say Bill Gates, he talked about, was the one biggest regret you life? I regret breaking up my family, even though everyone was grown up, right? Like that's the one thing, like, why I couldn't keep this one thing together. It wasn't money. It wasn't status. It wasn't anything. Why? Because they know it can come at any time. It can leave at any time. It's that connection with our family. So anyways, I went on a tangent there, Liam. Sorry.
You're right on. Like I said before, as great as that story is about my grandson, people know I've been divorced, and I hate that. My wife left me. It doesn't matter if I left her or whatever. It doesn't matter. But she left me. Mm-hmm. And when I met Angie, Angie, I used to tell Angie's story, and I've learned that it's her broken glass. She was in an abusive relationship. Some horrible things happened to her, and I don't tell it because one time I remember we had got out of a meeting and I told her story, and I remember she looked at me in the car and she said, "Don't you ever tell my story again." Mm. I was just being nice because I know what she overcame, mm-hmm. right? And off the air, I could maybe tell you, but that's not my place. Yeah. And I learned from that moment on that I've got plenty of shards in my own feet to be sharing about somebody else being abused or my dad being an alcoholic, different things like that. Like it's just as great as the story is about my grandson. I have a story that I have to tell about my daughter. And I remember she came home from school and she was throwing her book bag and slamming the door, and she was 15, 16 and tearing up my house. And that's all I could think about was tearing up my house. So I go up the stairs after her and I opened up her door and I said, you need to stop doing that crap. This isn't your home. When you get your home, you get the same thing we got, right? You don't do blah, 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 same speech we got. And she looks at me and she got tears in her eyes. She said, my boyfriend broke up with me. I got a bad grade. And I said, if I could have one day like you do, and you could have my day, I would more than happily trade it with you. And as I went down the stairs, the Holy Spirit grabbed a hold of me and said, what are you doing? And I turned around and I went back up there and I hugged her. And I said, Rock, your day is just as important as mine. Mm-hmm. If they're 3, if they're 10, if they're 40, their day is just as important. And and if I wouldn't have went back up there, I don't know what would have happened, right? She might have maybe still hurt herself. I don't know. But we've never forgotten that I went back up and I hugged her and I let her tell me all it. And I didn't feel any different, but I let her tell me what was wrong with her day, right? I mean, I've been through some terrible roads in my life, and they don't even compare to that, even on my best day sometimes, So I tell people, as great as you have, on one side, there's always another side, and I tell people that you can't hide away from what got you to be who you are, right? I mean, I don't let things bury me. I stand on top of them, right? And maybe I made some bad choices and made some bad decisions, and I'm not proud that I'm one of 60% of Americans that have been divorced. I hate that. I hate that we never tried. I hate that we didn't fix it. But I tell people, if I learned anything, I learned never take something for granted and be careful what you wish for. Right. And I've got, I've been blessed to have somebody, I don't know, she tells everybody, all the time that, and Fiona, you've seen me write some cool things about my wife, and I write poems and all kinds of stuff, but I wrote one thing for her, and I remember, the greatest thing about her though, is she's pretty humble, but she'd be like, she goes, remember, I picked you. And I said, well, see, it's all your fault because you picked me. But, it's just kind of funny. And you just, I love what you're saying too, because I don't know how old your daughter is, Redden, but I remember my pastor said to me one time, he said, you know how I can tell that you're a good person? And I said, how? He said, you got 9 kids and not one of them has ever been in jail. Not one of them have ever had a drug issue. Not one of, and it doesn't mean that you're a bad parent. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's what it meant to him to see success, right? Was that the way your kids act and the way they behave says a whole lot about who you are. Yes? You know what I mean? And I remember one parent one day, she came to me for counseling and she said, Randy keeps getting in trouble, Preacher Bill. They call me Preacher Bill. They don't know me as Financial Bill or Liam back home. Preacher Bill. If you went to my hometown, they'd be, oh, you're talking about Preacher Bill. So, and I love that more than any nickname they call me. So she said, Randy gets in trouble every time he goes out. I don't know what to do. And I said, let me ask you one quick question. When Randy gets in trouble, is Randy with a different group every time or the same group? She said, oh, no, it's a different group every time.
So he's the problem. It's Randy.
It wasn't a very hard one to solve, was it? Anyway, it's not fair that we did all the talking. What do you think success is?
I was gonna say I really liked what Delisa said too about her daughter being 7 or 8, and it just kind of reminded me. So for me, success is like the small steps, and it's like those small things that you do. And I know a lot of people tie success to money and status and having stuff, but it's a lot of that internal work. It's a lot of that getting through all the struggles and the bottlenecks that you might have, and just having that awareness to be like, okay, there is something that I need to do in order to move forward to complete something. And for some people, it could be just getting a shower, like it could be that task that they're not used to doing on a regular basis. They want to do, and then they do it. So that's that part of success as well. But I remember my son now is in basketball, and the first week that he was there, my husband dropped him off to school, and we didn't know it was starting because it was supposed to be on Wednesday, and they changed it to Monday. So we decided to not get another vehicle when our vehicle broke. So we've been walking a lot. And my husband was like, oh, I'm going to bring his shorts and his t-shirts to the store. And then he's like, you can bring it back to him. And I'm like, but the basketball's done at 4:30 and his school is done at 3:30. I'd have to bring it to him. So I'm like, why can't you drop it off first? Because it'll take you like 3 minutes to walk there versus me having to rush now to get back there for like an hour early. And he's like, no, he's only 7. He's not going to know that he has to go. He's going to have to like he's probably going to get ready to go waiting for you to pick him up. So he's like, you can take it to the school to drop it off for him. And I was like, oh, okay. So I rushed down there and then I seen his teacher's like, he's been asking for the past hour when he's going to go to basketball, like when he wants to go. Because I remember saying to myself, I'm like, I remember being that age where I did go to the after school activities without my mom being there or someone telling me to go do something. So it was that like bit of a change in the mindset and the difference of like knowing what kids have the abilities to do or what they're picking up and what they're observing from us that we're not even realizing it. So I'm kind of the same way. I don't necessarily treat him like a kid. I'm like, because my husband's like, oh, he's 7, like you have to tell him what to do. And I'm like, I like for him to learn to make those choices or knowing what the consequences are. So he's like, why do you always take my iPad from me? And I'm like, because that's the pain point that's going to motivate you because you haven't learned yet to get that empowering motivation yourself to be inspired to go do something when I ask it. So I'm like, but you will when I ask you to not. Like if I say that you're going to lose the iPad, and he's like, okay, I'll go do it. So I like treating them more like not adults itself, but to have that mindset to know that they can do that type of stuff and be that success for themselves.
You're teaching him accountability, critical thinking, because now you got to think, hey, I want this. What am I going to do? I didn't bring my shoes. Well, in this case, it's different because they didn't know. But like, I didn't bring my shoes. Well, then I guess you ain't playing. So there you go. And
you have to remind him that Samuel ran a country at 11.
That's right. So there you go. So there are all of those little things. And I agree. Like giving them that a little bit of autonomy. There's people don't get it twisted. There's discipline and there's boundaries. There's also little drips of autonomy, so then they start getting confidence and raising up with the self-esteem, and that helps them when they have to face any circumstance, any fear. When we started with my daughter with her books and we were going out there, I was there talking a lot more in the beginning because at the time she just turned 4, so she was 3 and then 4 and a bit when we were allowed to go out to get the when COVID lifted. And she was good, and she she was talking kind of off and there was no correction. It was like, this is your book, what is it about? And she like, kindness. Okay, and to this day she keeps it so basic, but she could expand, like she'll ask questions if someone asks questions, but she had to keep it so basic, and she would talk so quietly. But that was her starting to take ownership. Of course, I have to do most of the work, but it was her learning to take that ownership. And then now she's at that point where it's like, okay. And she knows there's a support system that's available. And I think even if you don't have children and maybe it's yourself and you're like, you know what, I see myself as a success. I've accomplished so much. You always like look around, who's around me? Who's cheerleading me? Who's supporting me? Who actually made me accountable? Who made me think critically? These are the things that you got to look at and say, yeah, this is the success. Who are those destiny helpers who was in my corner, who showed up when I needed? And there are different kinds of destiny helpers who are there. And that's what it ultimately, I truly believe it comes down to, right?
And I think you're onto something. I think it's the little things that people don't get. Like when I coach, I've been coaching for 35 years, and I've been blessed to coach some pretty good athletes. CJ Hicks plays for Ohio State. I coached Trent Cole, who played for the Eagles. Yay for me! But all the ones in between are the ones I'm proud of, because I taught all my kids if I was coaching, and let's say I'm coaching baseball, and I'm tying into what you just said. If they were walking off the field and their mom or dad was carrying their bag, I made them stop. I said, no. That ain't how this team works. You get that from, you're usually a single mom, right? And she's got all his gear.
Yeah.
He's just walking around. I don't play that game. The coach don't play that game. And he'd grab it. But they would learn that after every game, they get their, and I don't coach as much, but I helped a guy last year and I said, look at all this equipment. I said, why is nobody? Oh, the parents will get it. I said, no, the parents won't get it, or I ain't coach it. I said, they'll get it. And I made them all get it all, and I make them sit there, and I don't care if it's 5 years old or it's all at the high school. They sit on the bench and they watch the game. And I said, you got to learn. I'm trying to teach them because only 2% of the people that ever will get a chance at, like I got as close as I could get to minor leagues, as close as I could get, but I got as close as I could get. Some people don't even get that close, right? And I believe it's all because my dad wouldn't carry my stuff. My mom wouldn't carry my stuff. My dad would make me carry. My kids hated me coaching them because they would do all the extras. I wasn't that dad, right? I had a dad that was, my son was coaching lacrosse, and his one boy was super, super good. And the dad was coaching with my son, but they only talked to that kid. So I said, after one of the practices, you always want to have somebody with you so nothing happens. So I said, oh, so you need to come with me, talk to this guy. And he said, what are you going to say, Dad? I said, I just want to ask him a question. And so we got together, and I said, your son's dynamic. Your son's a great player. I said, but, I said, he's never going to lead other people because you don't talk to other people. You just talk to him. I said, I've been coaching for a long time. And I said, if I ran this league, you wouldn't be coaching. And he looked at me and he said, maybe I need to move my kid to another team. I said, you do what you need to do. I said, or you can listen to somebody like me who's been successful as a coach and say, you know what, he's right. The only way my son's ever going to get any better is if somebody throws him the ball. And the only way my son's going to get any better is if they're double teaming him that somebody else can score. Yeah. And I said, you're not teaching any of that. You just teach your boy. I said, and I get it. And he ended up taking his kid off the team. And my son goes, Dad, we lost the best player. I said, I know, but we got 11 good ones now. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you have to cut the fat. Yeah. Right. And then when you see this kid years later and you see that he's a smart aleck, he doesn't care, he's all about himself. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry to tell you, but I've been to the level where they don't want those kids. And
no, they don't.
I talked to a guy the other day that all these kids that are getting NIL money, do you know that less than 99% of them aren't going pro? And because they're getting a check, they're blowing it. And I'm trying to put something together. Actually, I'm working with a guy named Chestnut from he's with the Titans, and he's got a degree in finance. So I said, listen, you got to have a career after this. He goes, no, I get it. And I said, how would you like to work with young men that are getting this NIL money and teaching them that you're not going pro, buddy? You're going to have to think about getting. Some of them are getting $400,000 or $500,000 checks. Just to stay on just to play college ball, and he'll get re-signed. He'll play another couple of years with the Titans, but. He looked at me and said, man, he goes, that's a pretty good idea. And, and he just happened to be a black guy. But I said, I'm in the inner city. It's not a color. It's got nothing to do with color. It's got to do with your heart, right? I tell people all the time that poverty doesn't come with a color. It's just whoever adds that circumstance. Joe Louis once said, the only thing money doesn't buy is poverty, right? So I was telling him, I said, listen, you could be such a powerful influence on these young men that are getting these big checks. And they're just blowing it. Like the one kid, CJ Hicks, for example, he bought him a Bronco. And I don't know if CJ's got one more year. He hasn't even stepped on the field but a couple times. You're not going pro probably, buddy, if you don't, if things don't change. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. But I think you hit it on the head. The littler and the smaller they are, that what you're doing, is your daughter, do you got more than just the one daughter, or do you have other children?
Oh no, I only have one. I have one. One is enough. She's enough.
Now, how old is she now?
She's 7. She's going on 8 years old. So I had my daughter later in life.
Okay.
In my mid 30s. So now I'm pushing closer to my mid 40s. So it's still young. I'm still young, but she's great because when it comes to business, she wanted to do this, and it's like, okay, that's great. Let's do it and let's see where it goes. And of course, she's still a child and she's still, having fun, and she still has her friends and she does all those things. But when it comes to her work, she's on it. Because I go to networking events and I'm going to business events. I don't even ask her to come. I would try to find a babysitter, but she's like, no, I'm gonna come. I had a babysitter one time, and that didn't last.
Well, the best thing you're doing is teaching her. I don't ever want to grow up. People say, you're such a child. I hope I'm not, but and you're teaching her that there's a balance, right? And you're teaching her. And I think regardless of when you start being a parent, you're gonna be a parent your whole life. Don't ever think you won't.
Of course, yeah.
We always will be that, But I think that's incredible what you're doing there, and I think that letting her understand that, look, you're still 7, it's okay. keep, I'm 58 and I still can't wait to go get ice cream.
Yeah, it's really cool because she gets like there's no pressure, right? And there's no need for her to like work. Some people used to say like, oh, is she gonna do? Oh, she could do TV or something. I'm like, no, that's not for her. That's just a whole other. No, that's not like you just know your calling, and so she's just where she's meant to be, and it's really great. So I'm on boards, and so she comes to these board meetings with me, and so she meets the people, and then of course I have a section for kids, like because there are other women, other moms who are there too, so their kids will go there. So, but she'll be like, "Hi, how you guys doing? Don't forget, I'm the boss, right?" Like. And it's really awesome because she's learning how to network. She's learning how to speak to people. She's recognizing and understanding friendships or acquaintanceships and allies on very, very different levels that other children her age, sometimes even adults, don't even fully understand. What does this mean? What does it mean to actually have a close friend? What does that signify? And the best part is that she's with her. Like when I'm out there, it's different, but like her friends are in her age group. So she now has to be able to be herself and meet friends that's in her age group that will connect and understand and play with her. And so because that aspect of the networking piece she's been doing this for years, and speaking on stage, she's been doing this for years. When she's in any class, it doesn't matter. Hey, you want to be friends? Like all the kids, can you be my BFF or something? Yeah, sure. But she understands the difference, and she understands there's a process, and she goes through that process. And she's around people her age, young people her age, that is going through it. And then, of course, there are the questions that, she asked, which is, I'm going to be honest with. And I find that has been so helpful, especially now. And you hit the nail on the head, especially now when children or young people are getting the hands-on exposure. It's not like in our time where a hands-on exposure means go outside and play and fall off a tree. And, I ain't taking you to the doctor because that's going to cost. But like, you got to put some alcohol on it. The rubbing alcohol, let it burn.
The correct side, yeah.
It's got to burn. You got to
iodine stuff.
Yeah. And so she's getting like for this new world of young people who are seeing crap all over the internet and fake lives all over the internet, and they're thinking that is success. I need to have this body, I need to have this money, I need to have that, but they don't have the financial acumen, they don't have the business acumen, they don't even have a vision of anything other than I want to make money and live in a rich, wealthy house. And it's like, no, these people are living fake lives, and you see so many of them who are either inherited money or newer millionaires. They lose it in a second. They're bankrupt and broke. And what's happening? Suicide rates up, depression is up. All of these things are up because they're living a fake life. They are not being authentic. They're not getting the experience that they need. So,
and I think the encouragement that you're giving her is better than any value a college book will ever give her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I went to school for 3 years. I didn't finish. I love people that went to college. I'm not saying that, but I'm a big believer in letting people learn from hard knocks and letting people, common sense is a lot more valuable, I think, than a degree.
Yeah.
I just want to tell you.
I agree.
but the greatest thing about being a parent is it's okay for them to be a child, and you enjoy those moments too, right? You enjoy when maybe she's trying to see how many licks she really can get on that sucker,
Yeah. and then like I counted it. I gotta count it. Fiona had this post up with her son, and I think she was dragging him in the snow. But she phrased it, she's like, "Oh, we did a trust exercise." I was like, I had to watch this post, or at first it was in stories. Like a good 2-3 times. I'm not even gonna lie. Before I even comment, I was like, oh, now I understand what she's doing. Like,
Yeah.
why would he trust you to drag him? I'm like, maybe he didn't want to go to school. I don't know what it was. But I thought that, Fiona, that was so great because he's learning to actually trust. You know, when we do these like trust exercise, fall back and I'm gonna catch you. And he's just like, let's see what you can do. How far are you gonna take me?
But I think the incredible thing with your daughter's story is it's not finished, right?
No.
There's so much more to be written.
Yeah.
And I think that I got 9 kids and they're all different. I mean, I don't love one of them any more than the other. It might be a month or two I do, but usually they're not, but they all do things different, and I can tell you a story about each of them, but the one thing I think that as a parent, when you sit back, the only thing that I miss when I was a kid, you called your grandpa, you called your grandma, you went over to your grannies. My kids are so busy, and my wife hates it. Her kids are a little bit better than my own kids, right? They call me, and I told her, I said, I think it's just the world we live in, right? I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I can call my kids and they'll talk to me, but I called my dad every single chance I got. I called my mama, I ended up taking care of my mama and those type of things. And I asked somebody the other day, I said, am I the only one? And they said, nah, man, it's just something about their generation. They just don't see. I think this is what, and maybe I'm wrong. You girls could tell me. I don't think that they want to see that the inevitable is going to happen, right? Because when my mama turned 80, and I had to be out of town because we lost 6 people like in 8 months. We had a horrible. Everybody was dying. My sister, my aunt, my uncle, my wife's. I mean, it just wouldn't stop. And my mama, unfortunately, was the last one to die. And I remember when we had to go down to do my wife's memorial. My mom was going to turn 80 that weekend. Well, I got 4 kids, and I said, listen, get over and see grandma for her 80th birthday. Make sure you do that. Well, they're not over. They all got too busy. Well, she died 2 days later. And I remember at the funeral how much they bothered them. And I just looked at them like, you had all kinds of opportunities.
Yeah.
And I just don't know. I never would. I mean, and I called my mom that day. The day she passed, she knew we were going to spend the whole day together. I mean, she knew what it was. Mm-hmm. But I just felt to myself when I seen the pain in their eyes, I thought, do you not think this is going to happen to Dad? Because it is, what I mean? And by the time it's too late, it's too late. Yes,
it's too late. I agree. My great grandma came up. She lives in Trinidad, and she came up to visit like her other daughter and stuff. Anyways, so she was at our home for a bit, and it was great because she got to see like what I do and what we do, and Faith had time to spend with her. And because Faith is like, this is the moments, like let's just enjoy these moments. Doesn't matter. It could be tough. It could be hard. Maybe I might yell sometimes, but well, actually, I don't really yell. I'm actually very calm. I don't. I don't have the energy to yell. I'm very calm though. And she got time to spend with my grandmother, her great grandmother, and she was like massaging her and like doing all these kid stuff. And I remember almost 2 weeks in, my grandmother was like, oh, there's this and this. And she, even though she enjoyed it, she still would like complain about certain things. And I'll be like, lady, you just have to enjoy the moment. You do not know if this is it. I go, I am not living my life in a regretful way. I want to make sure, and I've always said this with my daughter too, and that's part of like what it means to be success, right? I wanted that if anything happened to me today, I do not feel a pain of regret. Like that, I wish I said I loved you. I wish I held you more. I wish I did this, or I wish I did that. Same thing, like if something happened to her today or tomorrow, but I'm going to affirm, I declare that, we have long life, as the word says, right? And life more abundantly. Then I don't want to be like, man, I wish I should have done this. I wish I should have. No, I don't want to wish I should have done something. I could have been like, you know what? She lived. I lived. We enjoyed this time. We respected each other. And this is the same thing with my own mother. Like, even that's how our relationship transformed. Like, and I was saying to my grandmother, you don't know. Don't live your life like this, because this is your golden time. This is your time to be honored. This is your time where your family should be around you and spoiling you and like honoring you, because you know, you've done it. Like you went through the crap that I didn't have to go through, that Faith wouldn't have to go through, that your daughters didn't have to go through. You did that, and we're standing on your shoulders. So now is the time to just be and live and smile and stop complaining. Anyway, she got mad at me a little bit. No, my grandmother, because you know she's from that time, right? Like they're just from that generation. She got over it, but then you know, I was like, "Go look, you made yourself upset for 2 hours and you went to sleep."
I tell you what, you two have been a blessing. I gotta run. I gotta get to my wife's not feeling good. I gotta go get her some chicken noodle soup. I guess I don't know.
Aw, hope she feels better soon.
Really, I never met you before, but it's like we're best friends. Anything I can do or be of assistance. Fiona will tell you, I do anything for anybody. I don't. If I can get paid, great. If I'd probably do more free coaching than anybody. My wife goes, "You give away more than you get." And I said, "Well, yeah, you may think that, but you probably know what I'm talking about. We do that sometimes, but I think you get rewarded other ways sometimes. Yes."
Yes, of course, absolutely. Yes, I can't wait to connect with you further, and I'm sure Fiona's going to share with me your like IG handle or FB handle so I can follow along with you.
Well, I appreciate you, Fiona. You did a great job today. I don't know what this will turn out to, but make sure you get it to George. He'll blow it all over the place for you, and we'll make sure we get more stuff done. But thank you for letting me be on and be a part of what you guys did. That was awesome.
Thank you, Fiona.
Yes, I appreciate it for both of you guys. It's been really great. So awesome. Thank you. And thank you to anyone who's caught the replay, anyone who stopped in throughout the afternoon, morning. It's been great. Any questions, I'll put in the comments how to connect up with all the people that have spoken, because everyone has such great value and I got an opportunity to learn a lot more. And I know these videos will be there to replay for going forward so people can always learn. So, right. So thank you.
Goodbye,
and I hope
everybody.
everyone has a great day.
Bye. You want to say